Here we go. Hello, fellows. How are we doing? Yesterday we beat two of the worlds, so that makes 3 down. Look, we've got these fancy glowing pillars pushing out mist. See what they did there? We're in the last world. Got the garden world. One of them is a bit deserty. One of them isn't a bit deserty. So let's come back here and see, because I think we've only got 2 cloths left. So I guess... Can I get down there, actually? Like, can I just jump down? No. Well, that was worth a shot, wasn't it, chums? Chums, what the fuck is wrong with me? Nothing. Nothing is wrong with me. Right in. Let's do some investigation. I know that there's the... we need to find a light source. We found a very dark cave. I'm in a dark cave. We got this one. Almost certain. Yeah. Oh. Excellent. Wow, that, that was fast. Excellent. Okay, one more. Which must be in that dark room, right? Otherwise, what's the point? Because it's not this door. This is the door that we need, and we need all of them to get in. Because if we touch that, it's just like, nah, fam. Which is fine. Which is fine. Can I climb this mountain? No. Wait, where's the dark cave? I think it was in the other place, actually. Hum, 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 hum. So if we were going to... I wonder if our key can... Does this have a light function? I wonder. Maybe we can try that. Let's give that a go. But first... Okay, this leads us back to the start. Lonely day at the railway station. You go to London. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. Just take us back to where we were. Aha. Okay, so this takes us back to here. Okay, jumping down there is a no-go. Noted. So I guess we need to look for a light source. Where did this one take us to? I forgot. Ooh, up here. Ooh. Okay. So we should be able to pro jumper over here. Use this to like jump us over here again. Yeah, nice. So I wonder if these do anything. Because there's lots of those around. I don't see any way to activate them. In there is the dark cave. Down there was where we just killed ourselves. So what do we got? What do we got? Can I use you to do any lighting? That would be nice, wouldn't it? There's this thing. Oops. Okay, cool story. Ah. Aha. So you must light up as well. Aha. And then does that reveal anything important? Can I not just take some of these and construct them? Please? Fish! I will eat you, fish. Nope. Okay, fine. Let's see if I care. Right. So now that this is lit up a bit more, has this done anything further up here? I can't even make any progress apparently. There is a way this way. Okay, that didn't work. That didn't work nearly like I wanted it to. Uh-oh. Oh. Aha. Okay. Right, so we seem to be able to just fumble our way blindly in that area. Is there anything in there? No. Okay. I do need more light. Whoosh. I can see some boxes though. Is there one of those light machines here maybe? Perhaps there is, and perhaps there isn't. Do you think the get the feeling the thingy's on the wall around here? I wonder if it's on the wall around here. And you just can't press it until you like can see it, maybe. Okay, so what do you think? Like a mirror, maybe? But if we were going to use a mirror, where could we put it? Wonder if, like, well, you can't carry stuff. That's the thing. How do you bring a mirror here? So I don't think these are contraptions you can turn on. I feel like it's way too dark for it to be something that you're supposed to be able to see to turn on. Okay, right, there's clearly something we're missing. So let's go back. Hooah! So I wonder if it's something like the leaf, or the bubbles, or the flames and stuff that you collected in the fourth game. But I haven't seen anything collectible. Like, they were really obvious. Super obvious. Right, what's this? Is there anything? There's that giant bug up there. He doesn't move. There's a lot of plants here, but I can't do anything with those. I think behind here was a linking stone to a random balcony that you couldn't get back from. I do feel like if we follow these bugs around, maybe they'll take us somewhere. Wait, do I have some on me? That might have been a glitch, actually. Wait, are these people... Oh, and then if I sprint, they run away. Hello, little bugs. They are glowing, aren't they? Let's test this by going in here. Oh. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Doob 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 doob. Oh, oh. That's not fair. I didn't even run that time. Oh, they... Okay, they don't like thunder and lightning either. Or rain, maybe. Okay. Okay, I guess we hide in here until the storm passes. Then we go and collect some bugs and see if they can link with us. Because if they can link with us, that's handy. If not, then maybe we need to find some bugs from the other place. Right, there we go. Rain stopped. Out you come, bugs. There they are. Hello, bugs. Now we get to very, very slowly walk to the... Oh wait, there's some more over there. Oh no, they're just spores. So yeah, I'd need to go this way because I can't... I could link back to the home world. But then if they don't like noise, they're definitely going to get scared when we use the pressure to jump over the gap. Okay, I still have them. This is good news. So, I'm gonna guess if I go in the water, they're gonna run away scared. So can I, like... Are they still on me? Oh, what? Where did they go? Okay, so that... Okay, we need to do more testing to find out what scares them. Because that first jump they were okay with, and the second jump they weren't. Or is it the water? Maybe you have to turn off the waterfall somehow. Well, it can't be from this direction, because I'd have to jump anyway. Hey Parker, it's been a while. How are you doing, my friend? It's going okay. We found a really dark tunnel. that I'm really struggling to see in, so we needed a light. And I found some bugs that produce light, but I can't figure out why they won't stay with me. They just don't want to be my friend. Seen the linking stone to the rooftop. Which rooftop? From here? Well, like to get up here. The one on the rock. Maybe not. Oh, no, I didn't see this. I did not. Let's go have a look at what this does. Oh. A lot of interesting lore. That sounds like there's going to be a lot of reading. Okay, we'll do some reading, but first let's do some exploring. Thanks for the hint. My powers of observation have failed me on many, many occasions. And this is clearly one of them. Second most reading of any spot in the game. What's the first most reading? Is that the Sharper journals? Because I did a lot of reading with those as well. Okay, what have we got? 3. A hard hat. Oh, have I just changed my appearance again? God damn it. God damn it. Oh, Sharp is second, this place is third. Okay, well, we'll see. Where should we start? Let's start here. Matthew, the last batch of papers you sent were very interesting. Since you did such a good job, I've got another list I'd like you to divvy up to the team. How you do it is up to you. 1. I'd like some more information on family life, ceremonies, etc. Anything related to birth, marriage, cultural events. I know we have quite a bit of source material for this, so anything you get would be helpful. I think we've gathered quite a bit on science and technology and not enough on the personal lives of these people. We have quite a bit of guild information, but gathering that all up into one tidy area would be nice. 3. The fall is still an obvious area where we're lacking. I'm not sure if I can help you with research material, but given the latest information we're getting at some time, we are going to have to dig into this. I recommend assigning someone the sole task of the fall. Continue on with the kings. A short synopsis of all the kings would be helpful following the form you started with the last batch. We still have religious writings we need to translate. These are going to be the most difficult, but I think they can give us a large amount of helpful information. 6. We have a stack of journals from various Dunny residences, etc., not to mention ages. I think that will be more than enough for now. Again, thank your team and tell them they're doing great work, Dr. Watson. The first is the Hall of Kings. I don't normally think of Sharper's journal, as it mostly isn't about Dunny. Where's the Hall of Kings? Maybe I've not found that yet. I certainly don't remember doing a lot of reading. Where the heck is my book, and why did someone take it in the first place? Nick. Oh Christ. Hall of Kings is in the city. Is that one of the DLC then? Because at the moment I've just been focused on the core game. I guess this might be DLC stuff as well. I was talking to Trumpet yesterday and he was saying without context the DLC isn't very well explained, because I spent a long time running around some of the DLC areas thinking they were part of the core game and had no idea what I was looking for, because I was still looking for the little handprint pieces of paper, or the handprint cloth pieces that you have to touch. King Kirath took the throne in 6731 DE at the age of 54. Kirath is probably the most well-known name of all the kings, not because he was necessarily considered the best, but because he was the last. His name came to represent all of the kings in the later years, including the renaming of the Arch of the Kings to the Arch of Kirath. His mother had raised him to follow the teachings of Gish, and by the time he took the throne he was believed to be a wholehearted believer in the followers. Because of that, and the experience of watching his father interact with his advisors, Kirath had decided from an early age that a king was no longer the correct way that Dunny should be led. At least, he argued, not until the true Great King would come. The fact that Kirath in a single reign was able to convince his people that the way they had been ruled for thousands of years was wrong and should be changed should be considered nothing short of miraculous. Kirath carefully crafted his arguments as a benefit for all the guilds, more than anything else. After all, he argued, Dunny is the guilds, let us be protected by their fortress and be ruled by their wisdom. It was hard for the guilds not to support a proposal that removed the king from the highest authority and replaced him with 5 lords that would be automatically chosen from the Grand Masters of the guilds. It gave all of the power of Dunny to the guilds, and there were only a few Grand Masters who seemed to disagree. Those few were known as faithful followers of the Great King, and Rinaref, who had always supported the role of kings. Fortunately for Kirath, though his people believed a variety of different philosophical ideologies, only those who faithfully followed the original teachings of Rinaref and the Great King were disturbed at the thought of no king, and it was the majority of Dunny who no longer followed those beliefs, but instead those of Nemea, Gish, the Watcher, and various others. As a result, it was a cultural impact that the public had to overcome, and not a religious one. Kirath, attempting to further please the guilds, recommended new renovations and additions to the council chamber, and construction of a new guild hall, meant to celebrate the new power that would be theirs. A symbol of the new power of the guilds and lords, and further insult to the Great King, burying his memory even further under government construction. Construction began in 6970 DE, on the new guild hall. There was no better symbol of the attitude of the Dunny in 6970 DE. The tomb of the Great King was further buried under massive buildings dedicated to government and the guilds. By the end of his reign, Kirath had convinced a majority of Dunny of his own beliefs. Most claimed the followers of Gish and his writings, and most viewed the outsiders as a threat. If not now, then soon, Kirath often said. After his death, Kirath's words would be proven true with the onset of the Medis War. Outside factions invading with attempts to destroy the ink-making and book-making guilds, and almost succeeded. By the time the war would end, there would be few left who did not follow Gish and thus believe in the end of most outsider involvement. The discovery that conservative factions had led to the start of the Medis War would come much later, when it was far too late to alter the conservative trends. Regardless, in 6977 DE, Kirath abdicated the throne and gave over the power of the kings to the first 5 lords of Dunny history. They were Lord Taeri of the Guild of Messengers, Lord Hamler of the Guild of Healers, Lord Maleth of the Guild of Caterers, Lord Kedri of the Guild of Writers, and Lord Coronan of the Guild of Analysts. Kirath died 8 years later. The time of the kings was over. Hall of Kings was made accessible by the first DLC. Okay, gotcha. Might explain why I've not found it yet then. King Miamen took the throne in 5240 DE at the age of 83. One of the biggest announcements of Miamen's reign came rather quickly and was offered by the Guild of Miners and Stonemasons, who had worked together. In 5307 they revealed Nara, as it had been created in a laboratory weeks earlier. Nara offered tremendous opportunities for mining and construction and ended up having a massive impact on future opportunities for Dunny. Even at the time of its release, there were apparently much excitement about its potential. In 5312 DE, disease broke out in the industrial district of Dunny, most likely originating in the age of Yassef. The outbreak caused widespread panic, as many predicted another plague similar to what had occurred during the 2100s. Fortunately, the illness was not nearly as lethal as the aforementioned, and the Guild of Healers reacted extraordinarily fast in finding a cure. Regardless, there was again a new push to at least separate the URU district far away from the city proper. Meermen apparently liked the idea quite a bit and encouraged the surveyors to begin looking into such an expansion. In 53-59 DE, the Dunny received another great reason to begin major expansion, and it came in the form of Stone Tooth. It was the second of the Great Diggers, and quite a bit more powerful and technologically advanced than the older Stone Eater. Meermen immediately ordered the Guild of Miners to begin clearing an area, along with Stone Eater, for new industrial district replacing Nuril. It was not until 54-75 DE that actual construction was begun on the new industrial section of Iran. Less than 100 years after Stonetooth, in 54-73 DE, the Guild of Maintainers announced that the newly discovered Deretheni could be used to create much improved and much more protective maintainer suits. The maintainer suits are awesome. They're what I like to wear, and I've apparently replaced it with a stupid hard hat. Though such an announcement may not seem especially important, the new suits ended up having great impact on Dunny culture. Since the maintainers were able to take bigger risks with the types of ages they could explore, the Guild of Writers were allowed to be a bit more liberal in their writing, and a new breed of age was begun. During Meermen's reign, words became a common topic of discussion, and attention was again given to the older temples. Evidence points to numerous remodels and renovations of many of the secular temples that had been built years earlier on the new line of the Great Zero. It seems that Meermen himself paid little attention to the religious pulse of his people, being much more interested in technological advancements and city expansion to care. Once Meermen felt that Stone Eater and Stone Tooth were no longer needed, he recommended using them to build an underground tunnel connecting the island to the city proper, and minimizing the need for boat travel. His proposition was not embraced by any means, especially by the upper classes who were living on the island. Apparently, there were a number of protests for fear of the affect the tunnel could have on the island. The proposal was also rejected by most of the guilds, causing Meermen to not force it. In 5500 DE, the first imports from the other ages were linked to the new Iran district, much further from the city. Iran was said to be a tremendous improvement over the older New Uril, much more advanced, much safer. And there was tremendous celebration on the day of its opening. Security was tight in the new district, as it was revealed later that the Rel'Yima had uncovered a variety of plots intended to display some of the factions' disagreement with the district. In 5540 DE, Meermen's only son became extremely ill and ended up passing away 6 months later. As a member of the Guild of Healers, Asham was often among the first to investigate new ages to make sure of their safety in relation to disease. As a result of his death, the age was not approved until a cure could be found. Meermen considered the actions of his son heroic and changed the name of the Iran district to Ashamen a year after his death. It was said that the death left Meermen deeply saddened, devoid of the excitement he had shown throughout his reign. Many said it forced him to the prophetess Trisari. Meermen apparently spent much time with Trisari in his last days and was able to die a content man because of her. Meermen died in 5549 DE at the very ripe age of 392. 392, Christ! And chose his nephew, probably on recommendation of Trisari, to succeed him. The Hall of Kings is filled with a brief history of each king of Dunny, all except for the ones found on this roof. Okay. Stone Eater and Stone Tooth are two of the Great Digging Machines. The last time all four of the Great Digging Machines were used on a single project was in the digging of the Great Shaft that was to finish a path to the surface. Oh, okay, cool. Interesting. Right, what else we got? Check this out. I know the DRC doesn't want us to touch these, but I bet Watson would like to know how these register with the doors too. It makes no sense. I don't lose it. I could barely get it off the wall, and when I did, it was pretty scary. Maybe the weirdest thing is that when I went back later, the cloth I got this piece from was intact again. But I want to touch it. I guess I can't. More hats. I can't collect those. What does that say? Master Mind? Master something? Misterdom 2000. Okay. Do we go backwards? Let's start backwards. Class system. Oh, I did already collect it. Okay. Class structure. Seems as though my first inclination towards class structure was incorrect. Though early on there was little in the way of a class society, such a high ideal faded quickly. By 9400 DE, there were 7 very distinct classes. Elite, the lords and the grand masters of the major guilds. It was possible for private citizens to be accepted, but if so, abundant resources were needed. It was only the elite who owned private libraries of books and the private islands. Quite a few obvious attempts to reach out and unify the classes, although I'm not sure it did much good. Common libraries, major guild scholarships, renovation of poorer districts all seemed more political than life-changing. Not surprising, I suppose. Guild members. Yes, it was possible for the lower classes to attend, but it seems by the end the schools were far too expensive and prestigious to allow for such. As a result, the graduates became a class among themselves, and a very high one at that. Upper class. The lowest of the 3 higher classes. Such citizens had succeeded in private enterprise and most likely provide the elite with their banks, pubs, etc. No major guild education for the most part, but enough money to buy their way into the upper classes. Middle class. Mostly shop owners and the like, able to afford some luxuries of Dunny, but still considered far from the elite. Rare but possible for them to own books, as well as private ages. Seemed to make up most of the minor guild enrollment. High poor. The higher class of poor seemed to be made mostly of industrial workers, many of whom spent their time on foreign ages, before it was outlawed, of course. It seems that this class, along with the lower 2, did not own books. Low poor. I can't seem to find a better name for them, however, seems that there were 2 classes of poor. These low poor were relegated to their own districts and rarely seen even with the middle class, and never with the upper classes. Possibly used as servants, although that was generally looked down upon. Sub-low? Reference to the least, an undefined subclass, are found on rare occasions. Not enough data to elucidate. Huh. There is also a hat with the DRC logo to collect here. Is there? Did I get it already? Or did I miss it? I want the DRC logo hat. Is it this one? Give me. No. No. What does this show? A random. Do I recognize this place? I'm not sure. Might be what I'm wearing. Is it this white one? Oh, it might be. I don't think. Can you turn around, please? Yeah, I think it's that. Cool. Okay, thanks. I got it. Right. Back to these. What's this? Pregnancy. Now, this is surprising. I can't say for sure, but it seems fairly clear that Dunny women were only fertile for 1 Dunny day every 2 Dunny months. In surface terms, that's roughly only 30 hours every 72 days. If true, it explains quite a few things. First, why there were so few children for a people who lived 300 years, and secondly, the reason behind a rather large celebrations of pregnancy. As far as I can tell, these celebrations were usually limited to family members, although were rather large. There was quite a bit of prayer to Yavo, as well as blessings from the family members. These blessings usually included vows to care for the pregnant woman and child through the coming months. As I've mentioned in other areas, pregnant women were believed to be much more insightful as a result. Part of the pregnancy experience, although not part of the official ceremony, was using that insight to gain revelation from Yavo. Though there was quite a bit of religious meditation expected of women during this time, I won't go into it here. However, this meditation was expected to primarily guide the woman to her child's future and its purpose, and was taken rather seriously. While pregnancy within marriage was cause for great celebration, the same cannot be said of pregnancy outside of marriage. As far as I can tell, any woman who became pregnant was expected to immediately marry, and any child conceived out of wedlock was unable to join a guild for its entire life. As well, no revelation was expected from such a mother. This was as equivalent a curse to a lower class woman as her child would not be able to attend a guild of the upper class. As far as I can see, gestation was a full year, 10 dunny months, 290 dunny days, equivalent to 1 Earth year. I found no records of multiple births. Interesting. Maturity. Similar to a variety of other cultures, the Dunnies celebrated a child's entrance into reason and maturity. The Dunny believed that true maturity, or the age of reason, as they called it, was achieved at the age of 25. Before that, the Dunny believed that children's minds and hearts were not properly formed. Up until that time, they even went so far as to say it was impossible for a child to truly make a correct decision, as they were too easily controlled by other motives. That did not mean that what they did was not right or wrong, but the Dunny believed that Yarvo did not hold them accountable for those decisions. Up to that point, it was apparently up to the parents to judge and protect, and thus another reason society encouraged couples to only have one child at a time under 25. In the ceremony of readiness, the Dunny celebrated a child's entrance into reason and maturity. At the ceremony, the child was presented with a bracelet of knowledge, also translated maturity. I have to admit the translation is somewhat poor and makes it sound like a magical or superstitious item, something it did not sound like to them. In fact, it was a fairly serious item. The Dunny viewed the bracelet as a sign of accountability. The individual, once given the bracelet, was expected to be responsible for his or her actions, as he or she had the true knowledge of good and evil and the wisdom to make the right choices between both. Associated with the bracelet were certain rights, as well as expectations to behave in a more correct manner. From a religious standpoint, the ceremony of readiness signalled accountability to Yarvo, as well as fellow Dunny citizens. No longer were parents judged for the actions of their children on a religious level, and no longer was lack of knowledge an excuse to Yarvo. The Maker, they believed, now expected much more from them. Though the age of reason was 25, the Dunny did not consider true wisdom to come until much later. With not nearly the fanfare that the age of reason brought, at 125 years of age there was another celebration for reaching the age of wisdom. Perhaps most importantly, regarding that status, the Dunny were allowed to become highest ranks of teachers or leaders, grandmasters or lords. The same rules applied to women, and no woman under the age of 125 was technically allowed to advise, especially the kings. As well, it appears that a woman's fertility ended around age 125. During the time of the kings, advisors were required for those kings who were under the age of 125, as the king himself had not achieved the age of wisdom. The great king Athelsendar was the only king who did not have an official advisor, even though he was under the age of wisdom for the majority of his reign. 25 does sound more appropriate for being considered an adult than 18, even for us. Yeah, I would 100% agree with that. Given the state of things currently, I'm not entirely convinced 25 is even old enough. But well. The manhole marriage. Much more than modern cultures, with Dunny culture, all citizens were expected to marry. In fact, it was even believed that marriage was an important part of relationship with Yarvo, as it taught and revealed the necessary requirements for such a relationship. Both marriage relationships and the relationship with Yarvo were described by the same Dunny word, Tegan. Literally translated, the word means to love with the mind, and implied a deep understanding, respect, and most importantly, unselfish love for one another. Obviously, the religious influence on most of Dunny culture was very strong, and as a result, marriage was not something taken lightly. It was considered a lifetime commitment, and for a Dunny who could live to be 300 years old, it was obviously not a decision the Dunny felt should be rushed into, and it seems as though it rarely was. Some records point to rare arranged marriages, although for the most part it seems that the decision was up to individuals. Marriage was not permitted before the age of 25, and marriage between... that is still a good rule today as well, frankly. And marriage between blood relatives was strictly forbidden, also that. Though allowed, marriage between the classes was looked down upon. Marriage to other worlders was practically unheard of. I found certain writings from the 9000s going so far as to call the mixing of Dunny blood with outside cultures a travesty, while others wrote such a child who marries an outsider was better off dead. The marriage ceremony itself was not a single day event, but one that took over 5 days. Attendance to those sections of the ceremony to which one was invited was extremely important, and it was considered a disgrace to be invited and not attend. The event usually began with a small ceremony held on the evening before the first day of the marriage ceremony. The ceremony always took place at the home of the groom or his parents, and was meant to confirm both the bride and groom's decision to be united to one another in front of their immediate family. The groom presented his bride-to-be with a gift representing the confirmation of his choice. The acceptance of the gift by the bride-to-be was acknowledgement of her decision. Immediately after her acceptance of the gift, the bride-to-be was escorted away with her family and not to be seen by the groom until the joining ceremony that would take place on the 5th day. The first day was meant for the bride and groom to spend time with their families. As they were starting their own family, their old family would no longer be the highest priority. Thus, the day was set aside to spend time with that original family. Traditionally, the day ended with a large meal as well as speeches and blessings from the parents to the child. The second day was set aside for the bride and groom to spend with friends, both married and unmarried. Traditionally, one of the friends would host a large dinner at the end of the day. The third day was reserved for spending time with the soon-to-be in-laws. It was on the day that the bride and groom received blessings from their in-laws as well as other members of the family. Again, there was a traditional larger meal at the end of the day, marked by speeches from the eventual in-laws and other soon-to-be family members. The fourth day was meant for the couple to spend time alone with Yavo individually. Though many apparently viewed the day as a formality, others viewed it as the most significant of all the days. The day was often filled with prayer, asking for Yavo's blessing upon the event, as well as time to understand Yavo's desires for their new lives together. It was also considered a time to purify themselves before Yavo. Some chose to spend time with the priests or prophets, while others read the holy books and talked to Yavo himself. The 5th day was the day of joining. The early portion of the day was set aside for physical preparation, while the later part of the day was set aside for the joining ceremony itself. For those who did not have access to private ages, the ceremony usually took place on marriage ages. For the upper classes, the ceremony took place in family ages. All family was expected to attend, as were fellow guild members. All of those in attendance were divided into 2 sides. One side represented the groom, while the other represented the bride. Between the 2 sides, in the centre, were a long aisle and a triangular podium. The bride and groom would each approach their side of the podium by walking through their respective family and friends. It was, after all, those family and friends who had made the bride and groom what they were, and the Dunny believed it was those family and friends who should present their bride or groom to their spouse. The priestess usually stood on the 3rd side of the podium. As with most important events, and especially marriage, the bride and groom wore the bracelets they had been given at birth as well as maturity. After the bride and groom arrived to the platform, the father of the bride would remove the bride's bracelet and give them to the groom. The Dunny believed the giving of the bracelets represented the giving of the bride's purity and adulthood to the groom. A short speech often followed the event. The father of the groom would follow the father of the bride with the identical procedure, giving his son to the bride. The giving of the children was followed by an expression of both parents of their blessings upon those being joined, as well as all of those present. Symbolically, the bride and groom then switched sides to represent of an acceptance of all the bride's family and friends of the groom and vice versa. Both the bride and groom then handed all 4 bracelets to the priestess. While the priestess led the couple through their commitments to one another and Yavo, the bride and groom placed their hands upon the podium. During the commitments, the couple made promises to one another, followed by promises to Yarvo. All were recited aloud to the priestess. Good lord. The priestess usually reminded the couple that marriage was a reminder of Tagarn, to know with the mind, and that their love should always be a representation of their love for Yarvo. Following the commitments, the priest would place 2 new and larger bracelets upon the bride and groom. The groom's was placed upon the left wrist, and the bride the right wrist. The new bracelets were meant to represent both purity and maturity bracelets their spouse had previously worn. The Dunny emphasized that the spouse was now your responsibility to keep pure and knowledgeable of good and evil. The bracelets were meant to be a constant reminder of that responsibility, as well as commitment to maintain the best for that spouse. After the new bracelets were placed upon the wrists, the hands of the bride and groom were wrapped together with a tight cord, covering the wrist and hands completely. Upon completion, the priest placed a ring upon the pinky of each free hand. The rings were symbolic reminders of the entire ceremony, and placed upon the 5th finger to represent the joining that took place on the 5th day. The priestess would then usually remove herself from the podium so that the couple could take her place. Together, the couple then walked down the aisle between the 2 parties, and towards the far end of the aisle where a glass of wine waited for them. God, imagine going through all that. That'd be a very welcome sight. Speaking of. I'll take a sup of mine. Before drinking, the couple knelt and prayed together to Yarvo. After the prayer, they each drank from the cup, and the 2 sides of the hall merged into one group, often with great celebration. They were now considered joined, and the celebration could begin. Families usually fed all in attendance, and there were typically dancing and music. The couple was expected to keep their hands united throughout the night as a reminder that they were now joined, both in the eyes of Man and Yarvo. The binding of the hands was apparently meant to be somewhat troublesome, symbolizing that there would be difficult times to their relationship, but that those times did not affect the fact that they were now joined. Following the celebrations, tradition was for the couple to embrace, and the priestess to touch a linking book to them and say they would both link to vacation, or honeymoon type ages. Though these vacations were usually short, it was not unusual for a man to not work for up to a year in order to build the new marriage. I should also note that the cord used to join the couple's hands together was also viewed as a sacred item. It seems as though various couples used the cord in a variety of different ways, some using them for necklaces, and others hanging them in their house. The Dunny traditions are always Catholic in their length and expense. Yeah, tell me about it. Although saying that, 5-day celebrations, isn't that that's similar to Muslim tradition, right? I'm sure they have like a number of days when they marry. I can't remember how many though. It might not be 5, it might be 3. King Naigen. King Naigen took the throne in 2356 DE at the age of 86. Naigen did much to encourage the growth of the major guild of fine artists, as well as the seeking of the other truths. The year 2500 DE, 1000 years after the death of the Great King, would mark the peak of what some would call the religious confusion. There were over 2,000 registered sects, and the original belief of Rineref were known by very few. Naigen was clearly not one of them. A is... I can't read what that first word is. A? A? It? In? Something is 2397 DE that most officially marks the start of the Dunny Renaissance. In that year, the EMS Theatre Company hosted the first play written by the playwright Sirrah. The play dealt with the Pento War, and the Great King himself was one which Naigen was praised. It ended up being sold out for 3 straight weeks, and marked not only the start of theatre as a popular entertainment source within the culture, but also the beginning of the Pento War subject, which would go on to become one of the most dealt with topics of their history in their art. In 2408 D, the 33-year-old musician Aram began selling out concert halls, marking the... This text, I think it's me. I might be an idiot, but I'm struggling to read it. Selling at concert halls, marking the beginning of yet another career of one of the great Dunny artists. His music also dealt much with the great king, many times ridiculing him. Nagin praised his people for being able to express their true feelings in such wonderful displays of art. In 2488 DE, the first successful extrusion tests were carried out by the Guild of Miners, and to great applause from the public. Nagin used the occasion to benefit everyone. He appointed the Guild of Miners as a major guild, replacing the Guild of Fine Artists. He then split the Guild of Fine Artists up into the minor Guild of Sculptors, Artists, Actors and Musicians. The split was to encourage growth in mining as well as the arts, two major causes of Nagin throughout his reign. His proposal was strongly supported by Sirra and Aram, as well as other artists, who viewed it as an excellent opportunity for the growth of their respective fields. In 2500 DE, Nagin proposed the construction of a new council chamber for the guilds. Somewhat surprising was that he suggested it should be built over the tomb of the Great King. The proposal was met with little opposition, and construction began 2 years later. In 2502 DE, the tomb of the Great King was barely visible, a tremendous symbol of what Dunny had become. Later, it was discovered that within the council chamber was a massive vault protected by puzzles of a sort. The tomb had always been known for its patterns, some of which were claimed to have prophetic messages. Nagin apparently became enamoured with the patterns and spread them throughout the unseen portions of the chamber, as well as the scene. Though the public knew very little of the vault at the time of construction, years later it was found to contain a tremendous amount of royal wealth, something Nagin often publicly encouraged. Of course, most were not able to save the amounts Nagin did, but still the idea of saving one's money for future generations was strongly encouraged by him. Nagin died in 2533 DE at the age of 263, leaving the throne to his third son in memorial to Nagin. Sirra wrote another of the more popular of his plays entitled Our Great King. It was the first play performed by the Minor Guild of Actors in 2535 DE. And then some notes. Dunny culture is mostly Abrahamic in its inspirations. Fair enough. King Asmaleth. King Asmaleth took the throne in 5999 DE at the age of 54. That's a lot younger than the others. Asmaleth inherited a people who were philosophically confused, the Watcher versus Gish versus the Great King / Tevar, but technologically advancing, many great construction, mining and scientific inventions, expanding within a cavern at a great rate and moving towards diminishing the involvement of the outsiders within their culture. As well, the fighting that had scarred their past was at a minimum. Asmaleth continued the peaceful trends by attempting to isolate no one, but instead welcoming everyone and any benefits they might have had. It seems he took no stance on any of the varying religious ideologies being passed around and allowed any and all religious factions equal access to property, government help, etc. While disregarding no belief, he was able to hold his own, some of which were unknown to Dunny up to that point. Though never stated publicly by Asmaleth, common opinion and historical records point towards numerous servants being used by Asmaleth, most brought from outside ages. More so were the apparent challenges Asmaleth held with these servants. Details are hard to find, but it seems as though these challenges range from hunts by Asmaleth himself to gladiator-style battles between the servants. It should be noted that regardless of what actions occurred, there was little public outcry against them. Instead of philosophical or religious beliefs, Asmaleth instead focused on mining expansion, construction of the new districts, and offering equal opportunities of culture and social benefit to all classes. As far as outside involvement, Asmaleth publicly argued that the order from his father to all of the guilds was not realistic, and that outside involvement would always be needed to some extent. Knowing the commitment would anger some of the factions, he became the first king to publicly invite the more extreme factions, who wanted no outside involvement, to his palace for numerous talks on the issues. Though no decisions were made in the meetings themselves apparently calmed the factions and created a better overall feeling that the two could come to a decision in the future. Around the same time, two key writers from the Writers Guild left to join the writers of Yarvo. Up to that point, the group, who believed it was their duty to write the perfect age, had been relatively small. Like the writers of Yarvo, most of the popular factions or cults of the day focused on Yarvo in one way or another. The old cults, such as the Tree and Sacred Stone, had vanished for the most part, leaving way to disagreements in the beliefs of Yarvo for the most part. Azimleth passed away in 6284 DE at the age of 339, leaving the throne to his third and youngest son. And then some additional notes. Okay, King Ailish. Water would probably help me here rather than wine, but let's crack on. King Ailish. Ailish took the throne in coronation ceremonies in the year of 120 DE at the age of 170. Though it seems Ailish had never been a member of the Writers Guild on Garternay, he had spent the first 50 years of his life with Rhinaref after his own dismissal, working on the Book of Dunny. When the Dunny Writers Guild was formed in the year 8 DE, Rhinaref made sure Ailish was placed in charge of the first as the first Grand Master of the Guild. As Grand Master, he had worked closely with Rhinaref in the writing of the new Guild of Writers' Oath. The Oath, which was what every member promised to live by, ended up staying in existence with few minor changes until 9400 DE. That's quite impressive. Records indicate that Ailish modelled his life very closely to Rhinaref's. He refused to build himself a palace until a common library was opened, as he strongly supported a place where all citizens could have access to books. Though there was some minor disagreement on minor issues, the building was eventually finished in 233 DE. Although, like his mentor, Ailish still refused to build himself a palace. The reign of Ailish was extremely similar to that of Rhinaref. There was still great excitement for the new ideals and laws of Dunny, and thus great support for Ailish, making his reign a very smooth one. Before his third son was born in 256 DE, records indicate that there was a bit of public apprehension over who the next king would be. Ailish's two eldest sons were fairly rebellious and neither seemed a good candidate for the throne, at least in the public's opinion. However, as Ailish's third son grew, it became apparent to the public, although records never give specific reasons, that the boy closely followed his father's ideals. Ailish must have agreed with public opinion, as it was his third son who he selected to succeed him. Ailish died of natural causes at the age of 350. Imagine living that long. I'm not convinced I'd like it. I don't know, I probably would actually. I think it's just these ones left, right? I think. King Rhinaref. Rhinaref was born in 207 BE, before Earth, on Garternay. He was accepted into the Guild of Writers at the age of 5, a standard age, and as the years passed quickly became one of the finest writers that the Rhone had ever seen. Certain records go as far as stating... I feel like I've read these backwards. I've noticed the dates have been going down, but I think I literally started at the end. Certain records go as far as stating that Rhinaref was unsurpassed in skill by any other writer of the day. By the time he was 90, Rhinaref had achieved the rank of Guildmaster and was well on his way to become the Grandmaster. However, due to personal conviction, he never achieved that rank. Rhinaref had long been a challenger of the views of the Guild of Writers, as well as the king himself. Rhinaref was apparently very concerned with the society's views pertaining to the purpose of writing and the challenge of acting responsibly with the greatest gift given to us by Yarvo. Around 73 BE, Rhinaref was asked by the Grandmaster to write a descriptive book to a questionable age, at least in the eyes of Rhinaref. He perceived the age being used to house an uncivilized race that could be used for the purposes of the Rhone. Thus, Rhinaref refused to carry out the command from his Grandmaster and, after much debating, was apparently dismissed from the Guild of Writers. Some records do point to Rinaref willfully excusing himself from the guild, although regardless of how he left it, much of the society found the dismissal unfair, and some even went so far as to call it detrimental to the society. Around 59 BE, the fact that Gartenay would not be able to serve the Rhone as a home for much longer was confirmed by the information made public. Rinaref had long known of the state of Gartenay, and from the time of his dismissal had apparently been working on an age that he felt would be a good place to live for those who wished to follow him. According to various journals, Rinaref managed to attract a few thousand Rhone and convince them to follow him in the ways that he felt important and to the age that he had written. The king allowed Rinaref to split away from the Rhone, along with a few other smaller groups, while the majority of Rhone left Gartenay to a new homeworld called Terani. Rinaref took his group to Earth, where he established the Dunny, meaning new beginning. So he made the Dunny. I see. Rinaref was a strong leader, immediately establishing himself as king and reigning for 120... Oh, so he's the first king. Okay, first king of Dunny. Okay, that makes sense. And reigning for 120 years until his death. Obviously, those who followed Rinaref to Dunny already respected him enough to separate themselves from their family and friends, and thus, records point to very few debates or disagreements within the society under the reign of Rinaref. As had always been the case with the Rhone, a group of surveyors was sent to Dunny, before the group officially moved there, to establish the Great Zero. What's the Great Zero? I just want a very quick... Oh, Jesus Christ, this is a... taken from the memoirs, from the Oath of the New, taken from the journals. Gartenay's son was dying. The Great Zero itself was usually based on a prominent natural landmark within the age. From the Great Zero, a line was drawn, usually towards magnetic north, to aid in navigation, construction, etc. Okay, I don't think it actually tells me. Where did we get to? Where did I get to? Fuck. Oh, there. And the line emanating from it. A monument was built on the Great Zero in the year 0 DE. Okay, does it just mean they started again? Huh. Unlike previous occasions, Rinaref established the line of the Great Zero as set apart for holy buildings without authorization by the reigning king. Construction was forbidden. Though it never stated directly, records strongly imply that it was Rinaref who chose where the city would be established. He seemed to base his decision on two factors, which probably made the decision an easy one. First was the line of the Great Zero. It seemed an obvious spot to base the city, with the most important religious structures being directly on the line, and the rest of the city surrounding its centre. The second factor was a group of waterfalls that flowed from the ceiling of the cavern to an area adjacent to the line of the Great Zero. The fresh flowing water was perfect for drinking. A new Writers' Guild, with fairly different rules than the one that had existed on Gartenay, was constructed almost immediately, 8 DE. Under the direction of Rinaref, by the year 100 DE, Rinaref had directed the recreation of the 18 major guilds. The guilds were dedicated to Yarvo on the Day of the Circle, a celebration not only of the completion of the major guilds, but a celebration of new guilds, which Rinaref believed were healthier than those that existed in Gartenay. Guilds that have been established to please Yarvo, and not themselves, Rinaref said. Certain records point to the guilds on Gartenay becoming extremely competitive with one another and focusing more upon having the best facility than carrying out their duty to Yarvo and the people. In an effort to curb that kind of competition, Rinaref implemented a list of restrictions upon guild construction. The restrictions included guidelines pertaining to placement, facing the Great Zero, size, shape, and minor visual guidelines. Though one of Rinaref's top priorities was construction of a temple, there were disagreements as to specifics, causing numerous delays in the finalization of construction plans. Eventually, construction was started in 48 DE, and the temple was completed in 63 DE. Known as the Regal Tovocum, the temple to Yarvo was meant as a place of worship, as well as a reminder of the prophecy prophesied great king who would soon come to them. Rinaref also made it a priority to install massive fans that would supply the cavern with fresh air. Natural openings existed, but it was quickly discovered that they did not supply ample circulation for the cavern. As a result, massive shafts and fans were built and installed over the 30-year period between 84 and 114 DE. It should be noted that numerous records point to a small group of Dunny disappearing upon completion of the fans. It is most often assumed that they remained on the surface of Earth to live. Throughout his reign, records point to multiple occasions on which Rinaref refused to build a palace for himself. Instead, he lived in a fairly basic home, similar in fashion to most of his fellow citizens, and made it especially clear that until Yarvo had a new home, he could not allow himself one. Although, even after the temple was completed, Rinaref refused to build a palace, always focusing more on the religious and government sites. Rinaref's own philosophy centered on the fact that it was much easier to focus on Yarvo and his wishes when circumstances were difficult and struggles more abundant. It was strongly believed that Rinaref's refusal to build a palace was an expression of that philosophy. In 120 DE, Rinaref died of apparent heart complications. He was 327 years old. Though he had married, he left no children. As a result, he chose one of his apprentices, named Ailesh, to succeed him. The Great Zero is the geographic centre of the Age of the Dunny. Okay. Fair enough. Intro to Meaning, DRC. King Damath took the throne in 4692. I can't read numbers apparently. 4692 DE at the age of 154. Though the public was generally not happy with the reign of G, it appears as though they were pleased with his choice of Demath to succeed him. Demath had joined the Guild of Maintainers at the age of 5, as most did, and risen to the level of Guild Master by the time he was chosen as king. The selection was a surprise to much of the public, and apparently even to Demath himself. It was not a post he had especially desired to have. Almost immediately, Demath ordered a ban on all unnecessary links, to be enforced by the Maintainers, while the council carried out emergency meetings trying to decide their stance on the outsiders. In these meetings, the council concluded that relations with the outsiders would continue, but with much stricter restrictions and guidelines. The list was long that Demath signed into law and included the restrictions on any outsiders operating Dunny machinery or linking books. Perhaps more importantly, the council and king sent a clear message to all of the factions who were against outsiders, or against outsider involvement with Dunny. Their ideas would not be tolerated if they led to any infraction of the rules previously established by Loshemanesh, which were to become strictly enforced. And though it was not stated publicly, the Rel-Yamar, meaning the unseen, was apparently ordered to double its membership and find any and all who were carrying out illegal activities with the outsiders. As well, Demath denounced the words of the Watcher as pure rubbish and nothing more than a desperately lonely man seeking attention. In 4721 DE, Demath pushed an amendment that forced the major guilds to accept a percentage of students who passed all entrance exams, but could not afford the steep prices. It was the first such action in the history of Dunny, and one that many seemed to question, especially the guilds themselves. However, Demath was able to convince them it was a necessity for the society, and one to which they cautiously agreed. In 4724 DE, records point to over 10 separate groups being convicted of the Loshemanesh laws, as they had come to be called. Most agreed that the Rel-Yamar played a large role in the convictions, although there are no official records of their involvement. Regardless, each of the convicted was sentenced to solitary confinement on prison ages. Convictions must have carried a powerful impact on the society, as the public still knew very little of the Rel-Yamar, if anything at all, and thus had no idea how so many convictions were occurring. As one writer said, there were stories of dark shadows and mysterious creatures. For those carrying out such activities, it was said that the eyes of Demath saw everything, whilst his arms took anyone he wanted. The crime rate, especially pertaining to the Loshemanesh laws, steadily lowered until 4752, when there were only 3 recorded convictions. In 4784 DE, an assassination attempt was carried out against Damath, resulting in the death of 2 members of the Reliumar, who saved Damath's life in the process. The perpetrators were found, and 2 years later Damath ordered their execution. It was the first execution of its kind and met with little resistance from the public or council. The 2 men were apparently linked into a death age, permanently ending their lives. Though most agreed with the execution, those who were against outsider involvement to begin with now felt even stronger in their case. Now, they argued, Dunny is killing itself for the sake of the outsiders. In 4826, Damath was rewarded for his efforts pertaining to the acceptance policies of the major guilds. The first of the Guild of Stonemasons. Non-paying members headed the effort to devise early fusion compounding technology, a building block for the eventual development of Nara. Damath praised the guild and the numerous opportunities that all citizens of Dunny now had to benefit their society. In 4843, at the age of 305, Damath passed away, leaving the throne to his firstborn son. And lots of notes. Whew, last one. No notes on it. King Shomat. Shomat took the throne in the year 300 DE, Dunny era, at the age of 44. Up to the point of his coronation, he had been a member of the Guild of Writers. He continued his study of the art through private mentors for a number of years after his coronation. It was the lack of proper guild instructions that most Dunny historians attribute to the distorted views Shomat later took on. It was an up and down reign, partly due to a tremendous tension that seemed to exist between himself and his older brothers. Both of the brothers, though they had little respect, did everything in their power to make Shomat's reign tumultuous. Oh, I think we read about him in the Garden World, actually. I'm sure we found a notepad in there. The story of Shomat or something like that. One of the first actions Shomat ordered was construction of a palace. When it was completed, in 347 DE, Shomat moved in with his family, although his brothers refused and maintained their own homes. Such an act was regarded as tremendously disrespectful to a family, and only served to widen the gap between Shomat and his brothers. Furthering tensions, not only within Shomat's family, but within the culture as well, was the lavishness of the palace. Ornate gardens were present inside the physical grounds, and garden ages were written as well. Linking from within the palace, rumours abounded that some of these garden ages were even wiped of their inhabitants in order to provide Shomat with relaxation. Whether true or not, Shomat often spoke publicly of the need for ages to serve Dunny. This was a first for the society, and a direct contradiction to what the guilds taught. The Dunny were to serve the ages. It seems that eventually the tension became too much. Some say it drove Shomat mad. In 387 DE, both his brothers disappeared and were never found again. So yeah, we read a story where they went to kill a load of people in a different age. They pretended to. And then he was like, oh thanks, here, have these books. And then when they linked to them, he threw them in a fire. It was commonly presumed that Shomat wrote a death book to which both of his brothers were linked into, although it could never be proven, because he threw them in the fire. Regardless, it was one of the first major challenges for the people of Dunny, and they reacted quickly. A prophetess was supplied to Shomat in 400 DE in an attempt to guide him in the ways of Yarvo. For the 155 remaining years of his reign, it seemed that most people believed Shomat became a better king. The prophetess became an excellent mentor for Shomat and eventually convinced him to choose the son of one of his close friends as the heir to the throne. His own children were admittedly out of control. As it turns out, it was the bloodline of that child that led to the birth of the great king years later. Shomat died of natural causes at the age of 299. Okay, I think that's it. I think that is it. I read those. I read those. I read that. Read those. Let's just double check very quickly if there's anything I've missed around here. There's another hat. Nope. Cool. That was interesting. Thank you for pointing that out, Parker. I 100% would have missed it otherwise. Let's head back. And whilst we're here, I can also, you know, get changed into my proper outfit, because screw this t-shirt and hard hat bullshit, right? Because we absolutely... What is this? Oh... We want to go for... Wait, where's my... I lost it. Outrageous. I'm sure it's in face. Is it in here? Hair, maybe? There we go. Yeah, there we go. Much better. Much better. Right, okay. Back to our regularly scheduled show on how to tame fireflies. Stylish and safe, you're absolutely right. I mean, look at this. Why wouldn't you wear this? It's so cool. I mean, I can't show you the front, but trust me when I say it's really cool. Right, where are you, fireflies? There you are. Right, if I run into you... So I know that if I... Oh no, that didn't work. Yeah? Wait, why don't they like me anymore? Has that done it? Yes. So sprinting stops them from following me. Jumping nearly did. Oh, maybe if you jump twice, is that it? We have to test this out. Where did they go? Come on, we have to test this out before they before the thunderstorm reappears. Come on. Merge with me, please. Yeah. Okay, let's try this. First jump. And then they come back. And then second jump. Okay. Okay, that's good to know. So in that case, let's go and figure out how we can get into that cave with only one jump. And you also can't sprint. I learned that the hard way. So it ain't going to be that way. So there's a jump here. That's quite a narrow gap. And then there's a jump here, which is longer. So that way is 2 jumps. That way there's no chance. So it's got to be from here. Has to be from here. Fast move and water, including steam. Yeah. Oh, so... I wonder if they also... Okay. Maybe here they don't like as well then? But if that's the case, where do you take them? You're far enough from the waterfall. Okay. Okay. So that... Can you do anything with... I'm going to push this into the water. Can we, like, walk on this? Is this like a really cheesy way of doing it? Like, break the game levels of cheesy. I heard a splash, so I'm going to guess no. Believe it or not, this is the way that you're supposed to do it. Really? With an object like this? What if we wedge it in this way then? This feels like an awful, an awful puzzle. If this is the way you're supposed to do it. What were they thinking? Right, what do we think? I mean, I can hear splashes. That's my only concern. Okay, that was annoying. Alright. I don't know if the fact that I can hear splashing noises is going to affect anything, but I guess we'll give it a go. Takes you to touch the water by reading your elevator. Oh, okay. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Right, so if I do that then I should be able to... I don't want to ruin it, because when I jump on it, the physics fuck up. So if we leave that there, go and get the bugs, see if this works. The splashing's not from you, but from the object. Okay, yeah, that's a good point, actually. That makes sense. And we've got a bit of a walk to go with these bugs. Hopefully we'll make it before the thunder starts again. Although I was saying to Trumpet yesterday, I'm really impressed by the thunder effects in this place. Really impressed. Right, do I have you? Yes. Off we go, my pretties. Just very worried that thunder's going to start before I get there. How are we looking? Yeah, boy. Badass. Right, in we go. So, I'm here. I have to really try and remember to not press the sprint button. Wait, am I... They've gone. Where have they gone? What? What? Did I? Bastard. Okay. Okay. I wasn't even paying attention. God damn it. Okay, try again. Let's that was a practice run, right? That wasn't the real attempt. For fuck's sake. On the positive side, it means we get to come and enjoy this lovely garden age more, right? Very pretty. Right, okay, bugs. We're not going to step in the steam this time. I promise. I'm going to stay well away from the water. Well away from the steam. My little finger is hovering as far as it can away from the sprint button. I'm quite impressed that I'm an hour and, was it 32 minutes into the stream, and I haven't actually solved a single thing in this game yet. In this session, I mean. Might be a new record. Might be. Right, don't walk in the steam. Avoid the steam. That's unfair, it puts it right in front of you. Outrageous. Okay, walk over this. Right, good. Good. Are we good? I think we're good. Right, let's see what we were missing in here. You don't really help a great deal, I'll be honest, fireflies. Ah. Why can't I activate it though? There we go. Yeah. A door. Ooh. Where do you lead? Right, before I go out there, let's keep exploring the darkness. Because I managed this bit okay. I managed to get up here. See that marker in the ground? No, I didn't. That is the maintainer's navigation mark. That is the navigational center of this age. Oh, this thing. This one. Ah, okay, cool. Interesting. Every age has one. A navigational center. wonder if that's going to come up later. Do you have to like find all of the navigational ages? Because, ugh. Oh well, at least I know where that one is now. I have a question. If I walk across this water, do my fireflies disappear? Because I've already jumped once. I guess I have to try it, right? Yes, this will scare the flies away. So I need a way of... So how do I get across here? Because you have to jump once already. And if I jump again, they scare away anyway, right? Okay, give it a go. Yeah. Okay, you can't even walk across. You have to jump. Fine. Okay. Yeah, I realised that. It was a damn shame. I like those flies. They were my friends. Right, where do you take me? Ah. Ah. This is how it is it? This is how it is. So I guess, right, it's one of two things. It either wants me to push this all the way to that little stream. I'm not convinced. I think this might be too big. But we'll give it a go. Oh god, is it? Oh, I've lost my flies. It's too dark. Yeah, I did see that one under the tree. I think I may have stuck this one here forever. Huh. That's wedged in there real good. Does that mean I'm shafted? You might need to reset this age. How do I do that? And does that mean I'll lose all my progress? I've never seen anyone get the thing wedged in there. Well, you saw it here first. Yeah, I don't think this thing's coming out. It is jammed. Okay. Yeah, there's... God damn it. Yeah, that's not coming out. Maybe if I angle it. Are you moving, or is that just my screen? Okay. Okay. So it's only this age. So my progress in the mirror age is this one, right? That one. Delete this book. Is that what you mean? Delete the book? Okay. Right. Off you go, book. Off you pop. I mean, I can see you there still, though. So can I just... you're right there. I can see you. I want to use you, please. Is it just back over here now, maybe? Ah. Okay, well, there's a lesson for everyone on what not to do. Right, let's run around and flick all these switches again, I guess. First things first, there was one down here, right? Whoop. Oh, are these all already... When it says you've reset the age, it doesn't delete all these? Because I've already... I'm very confused. Well, never mind. So I want to close you. Is this enough pressure? I think there might be one more I need to do. Maybe two more. Doesn't delete the journey, just resets all the moving part. Okay, I am less annoyed then. I thought I was going to have to do the stupid jumping puzzle to get the other cloth as well. Because that would have been frustrating. Well, it wouldn't really. It was, when you know how to do it, it's quite easy. But you get me. Okay, so if I put you on, then that should be enough. Don't think you guys have to do a reset. Yeah, I am quite special. God damn it, one more. I am a man of many firsts. I was in this age yesterday, and Trumpet was saying he's never seen anyone get through the darkness blindly as quickly as I did when I was kind of just wandering around trying to figure out why it was so dark in that cave. And I think I managed to get through the first part of the tunnel in like 12 seconds or something. Right, okay, now we can hop over. Down here, yeah. So actually I could have just linked to the other age and linked back into... I didn't even need to do all this. I could have just linked into the other garden age and gone through the linking book again. Right, but here we are. So I guess the lights are all off again now. Right? Yeah. Okay. So I guess the question is, now that I know that there's a door up here, and like a lantern and a light... Oh no, I did that thing where I'm lost again now. Ah, sod it. Right, let's do this again then. We have to kick you all the way over here. I'm going to be the first one to say it. This is a stupid puzzle. In you go. Get in better. You don't need to wedge it in there. Okay, so that would work. I can just do that. Okay. Right, let's go and get these flies again. Right, so I'm guessing you use those other two to go along that second bit of the wall. And that leaves you with a free jump at the top. Right, where are you? Flies, there you are. Hello. Come and join me. And we'll very slowly walk our way down. Final free jump is at the top. Okay. Okay, so use these to get the other two wicker baskets. Push them against the wall. Pray to God that the physics don't screw me over. Right, don't go in the steam. Casually walk across here. Launch ourselves over there. This feels like deja vu. Light this bad boy up. Right, might as well run now. Get rid of the fireflies. Come in here. Okay, this time you're going straight off the edge. I have been informed that I was a fool. Go on, both of you, off the edge. Go on. Oh my god. Go off. Thank you. Oh, there we go. I would have found it doing that. Right. Gonna need both of you to behave. Are you listening? What did I say? What did I say? Right. How sturdy is this? Okay, that looks like it might be okay. Wedge them in a bit more. Right, let's go get some more books. I've seen people try to bridge the final jump. I have never seen them succeed in keeping it from falling off the ledge. Okay, that's fair. It's a very narrow ledge, to be fair. But you know, you got to try these things. I'm quite impressed with myself for managing to get it wedged so firmly in the doorway. There you are. Come to me. Come to me. Have you come to me? Yes, you have. Right. Try again. Wonder why they make it so you can't sprint with the fireflies, just to make it exceptionally slow. I guess you have to get away from the thunder in this place. Maybe it's like a way of making the thunder scare the fireflies more often or something. Right. Let's see how our makeshift bridge works then. Moment of truth. Yeah. Perfect. Have you tried linking to Relto with the fireflies? No, I haven't. Do they stay there forever? Because I'll absolutely go back and get some more if they do. You should try it after turning on the last light. Okay. I will do so. That was my one and only jump. You better come back. Thank you. Right. Where is the last light? It's not here. Where are you? Here you are. There's a pith helmet. This? Nice. Oh. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Okay, right. Let's link back to Relto. See what these fireflies do. Are these here forever now? Do I keep them as my friends? Wait, where did they go? Okay, now I'm sad. I thought they were here forever. Where did you go, buddies? Come back. Oh, they are. Here they are. Yay! Okay, that's fun. They're here forever, or at least until you bring the rain. No, I will never let it rain on my beautiful new friends. Okay, right. Now should we change back into the super cool helmet, obviously. Doop. Doop. That was the wrong one. But I don't think it matters. Oh no, it's fairly close.
Many stories were there for the Dini to learn from, but they didn't hear them. The ancient tales of Tuat's Ocean, or of course the story of King Shomat and his brothers, which even speaks of gardens and death. But no one truly listened. The garden ages of the proud are beautiful, but they are built on the backs of the least. The ages like Chemo and Gira are a sampling of the playthings of Dini. With disregard, the least were stripped from their homes. The lives in those ages were consumed and the Dini gave nothing back. And whatever is not given back will be taken. The journeys are complete. Now take the final pillar. Take it, but hear all I've said. It's the whispers and murmurs that reveal the simple truths. You hold the precious soul of a Bahro in your age, in your hand. Such things are not meant to be held. Do what I do. I have learned things, seen things, written things they never thought possible. I have seen the real treasures that are protected by the petty fences of their rules. I have found the precious gold buried deep beneath the weighty mountains of their laws. This is my journey too. I am returning what has been given. These years I've spent, this path I've traveled, this gift I've been given, this purpose weighs on me, my burden, the legacy of my father Atris. For we are shaping Dini. We will mold what comes after. We cannot keep the power and the pride from ruining this new Dini, but we can prepare those who will read between the lines. The least are returning. The stream in the cleft is returning. Life is returning. The fissure is returning. The circle will be completed when you give back what you have taken. You must return.
The circle will be complete when you've given back what you've taken. Well, tough shit, because I've taken all of your precious pillars. But you told me to, so that's okay, right? Yeah. I thought there might be something else. Okay, let's go back to Rialto. Oh. Yes. Maybe I have to touch them all quickly. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, there's no way you can get them all in time. The journey is nearly complete. Yes. Good. Do I have a new book, maybe? Like this one? There should be one here, right? So how do I get it? So bin. And all of that's DLC as far as I can tell. Was all, by the way, so there's two expansions, right? That's the first one, and that's the second one. I'm guessing all of these stay empty forever because they were planned releases, and they just never happened. Yeah, okay. It won't be complete until you've given back what you have taken. Oh, what, you mean the pillars? Do I have to go back and... All the rest are now empty forever. That's so sad. That's so sad. Actually, if what you're saying is right, let's go back here, because we're very close to this one. Give back what you've taken. I mean, I also took the key as well. Maybe I have to give that back. There are a few more full in the online version. Oh, I didn't even know there was a online version. I mean, I know it was supposed to be online, but I kind of assumed it was just this now. I thought this was the online version and it was just offline now, if that makes sense. Ooh, this is different. Does that do anything? Okay, we'll give it a go anyway. The online version is a single server that's managed by Cyan and maintained, sustained on player donations. Oh, is it still going? And if it is, how? What? Okay, that did something, but I don't like... What? Are you about to explode my island if I put all of these back? That is outrageous. Several fan-created ages. That's quite cool. That is quite cool. Right. If we can remember where we were. Ah, yes. Here's the dead guy. Do we remember who he was? What kind of good... He was one of the... He was the king, right? Who, like, clung onto his wealth. Greedy bastard. Kaddish. Yeah. Okay, and then we do some cool Batman antics. Or Spider-Man, or Assassin's Creed. Not a king, but a guildmaster, which is practically a king. Oh, was he just a guildmaster? Okay, so question is, was he a guildmaster pre or post abolishment of kings? Or were guildmasters created after the kings were abolished? I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it was all explained. Long post-abolishment of the monarchy. Okay. Hey, what are all those little islands? What's happening? The era of kings was only a little more than half of Dani history. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. There's what looks to be some form of explosion imminent in my land. So my new Firefly friends, I'm so sorry. I've brought you here to your death. Korra turned the Dani from a monarchy to an oligarchy. Okay. Bloody Karatha. Oh, I'm lost. Where was the door from here? I think it was down here. Pretty sure it was this way. Yes. Okay, don't go that way. I'm pretty sure it was this way, guys. This way. And then up here. Nice. I guess the real question is, can I just jump over here actually? Hop. No. Look at all these planets though. Planets. Islands. They definitely weren't there before. In fact, it was space before. Okay, one more to go. So instead of being ruled by one incidentally rich person, it is ruled by a small bunch of extremely rich people. Yeah. It's quite convenient that I've got all of these right near the right near where the doors are. Although, I have to say, it took me fucking ages to get down to that door because I kept jumping from here. And I was convinced you had to jump onto that platform there, and I was missing every time, and it was getting so frustrating. And then Trumpet appeared and said like, no, you just need to do a big jump. Right. So this is it then. Right? And now there is only a small hole to fall down. Okay. Oh, I recommend taking a note of the floor. I didn't. Right, okay. I'm going to go and take a note of the floor on Parker's recommendation. Which was the closest? This was quite close, wasn't it? Yeah. Right. So... does it matter which one relates to which one? I don't know. Do all of the men have the same little circle above them? I think that's the same icon, isn't it? As long as the positions relative to each other are correct. Okay. So let's do north, west, south, and east. We'll just go clockwise. Down we go. See these little islands again? So I'm guessing I jump in here. Is this the same thing that the whatever the guy from the main games is called falls into? Like he falls down it in Riven, doesn't he? And then jumps into it at the end of Riven. In we go then. Let's see what happens. Star fissure, yeah, that's it. Okay, that was funny. Oh, I'm back at the start. Awesome. Amazing. Let's go talk to our friend at the caravan, I guess. Wait, where's the carrot? He's this way, isn't he? This is where your character from Riven would have landed at the end of the game as well. Oh. Okay. I thought they just kind of fell forever if they didn't have a linking book. That's why I never understood the end of that game when Atris is just like, now you have to jump in. And it just felt like you were committing suicide to me. Which is why the telescope and walk skeletons are here. Oh, okay, yeah. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Hey, buddy, who isn't here anymore. Hello. This dude categorically said he'd be here if I needed any help. That's outrageous behavior. So do we go back into the tree? See if there's anything down here, I guess. What? Okay. Were they the symbols? No, not quite. Oh! Okay, yes then. So we said north was that one. East was that one. South and that one.
An ending has been written. You've done all that has been asked. You've traveled the full circle. You have returned to the cleft through the fissure. You swam among the stars and saw the remnants of previous journeys. You have returned, and the pillars were returned. And now one more of the Barrow, the least, has been returned to Denis. You don't need to understand what that means. Only that the hand of the Maker has set it in motion. Now the circle is complete and the tree has begun to grow again. The path is now open, and so the symbol of the journey must change. Now the beginning is tied to the end. Now you can go where you wish. The restoration of Denis awaits. The deep city breathes. URU again. And I will be concerned with other things. The least are becoming greater. They will now also affect the restoration. Perhaps not the way others had planned. You've learned about the pride of Denis. The great writers of worlds were infected with pride that became a cancer. It grew quietly beneath the surface, but it grew until Denis could live no more. But those things have been told. You understand it well, I think. Let us end this cycle with rewards before we start the next cycle. Relto, the high place. Your age now. It was the first age I wrote a gift for my parents, and now much more. It reminds me of another home, another place. I even placed the library in the place it belongs. But Relto will change. It will be your soul, showing what you are. Only I could write Relto. It's beyond what the Denis could accomplish. Keep it. And I've given you clothing that represents your journey. Wear this to show others what side you've taken, when sides are taken. When you wear it, you will tell all that you side with us. With Yisha, with the Barrow, it will not always be easy. And another gift is here, a link to the cleft here in Torana. You haven't been able to return here, but now you can. This book will take a special place on your shelf. This place is not meant to be shared. Return here alone when you wish to remember the cycle of things.
Is that like, you want me to do it now? Ralto is meant to be reminiscent of Mist Island. Yeah, Trumpet was saying yesterday. It's a mini mist. Where's these clothes you've given me? Give me my clothes. I don't... Oh. Maybe. Okay. Let's come back. I think I missed it.
An ending has been written.
It has.
You've done all that has been asked.
Yes.
You've traveled the full circle. You have returned to the cleft through the fissure. You swam among the stars and saw the remnants of previous journeys. You have returned, and the pillars were returned. And now one more of the Barrow, the least, has been returned to Denis. You don't need to understand what that means. only that the hand of the Maker has set it in motion. Now the circle is complete and the tree has begun to grow again. The path is now open, and so the symbol of the journey must change. Now the beginning is tied to the end. Now you can go where you wish. The restoration of Denis awaits. The deep city breathes. URU again. And I will be concerned with other things. The least are becoming greater. They will now also affect the restoration. Perhaps not the way others had planned. You've learned about the pride of Denis. The great writers of worlds were infected with pride that became a cancer. It grew quietly beneath the surface, but it grew until Denis could live no more. But those things have been told. You understand it well, I think. Let us end this cycle with rewards before we start the next cycle.
Hooray for rewards.
Relto, the High Place. Your age now. It was the first age I wrote, a gift from my parents, and now much more. It reminds me of another home, another place. I even placed the library in the place it belongs. But Relto will change. It will be your soul, showing what you are. Only I could write Relto. It's beyond what the Denis could accomplish. Keep it. And I've given you clothing that represents your journey. Wear this to show others what side you've taken, when sides are taken. When you wear it, you will tell all that you side with us. With Yisha, with the Barrow, it will not always be easy. And another gift is here, a link to the cleft here in Tomana.
Is that this?
You haven't been able to return here, but now
I'll press it.
you can. This book will take a special place on your shelf. This place is not meant to be shared. Return here alone when you wish to remember the cycle of things.
Okay, I'm pressing. Off I go. Ah, real Yisha.
Returning. One final gift. Something that no Denis writer has been able to do for more than 10,000 years. I alone can write this gift. I alone am chosen to do this and more. This gift is what my father Atris would have longed to give his grandmother Tiana.
She's quite arrogant, isn't she?
What Tiana longed for and danced for. The gift of life in the desert. Perhaps the ending has not yet been written.
Okay. Yeah, right? Super arrogant. Only I can do this. I'm the only one. You blinking for a reason? What is this? Oh, is that the rain? Ah, okay. Okay. Oh no, but my poor fireflies, my best friends. So do I go back to... I guess I'll go back here. I can turn it off before it... Oh, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna... I don't want it to rain on my firefly friends. No. I guess I need to go back here then. And then... Oh... Coke? Do I go back? Okay, this is... So that's where... No. Why are you being so weird? You might have missed something. The normal cleft. Go to the normal cleft. Okay. It's important for the cutscene. So go back down and put in the code and listen to her talk again. And this time, don't leave. I mean, Parker, that's something that, let's be honest, if it's going to happen to anyone, it'd happen to me, right? These still the same? Yep, okay. Let's try it again then.
An ending has been written.
Right, I'm really sorry,
You've done all that has been asked.
hologram
You've
Yisha.
traveled the full circle.
Apparently I just really like listening to you
You
talk.
returned to the cleft through the fissure.
Yeah.
You swam among the stars and saw the remnants of previous journeys. You have returned, and the pillars were returned. And now one more of the Barrow, the least, has been returned to Denis. You don't need to understand what that means. Only that the hand of the Maker has set it in motion. Now the circle is complete, and the tree has begun to grow again. The path is now open, and so the symbol of the journey must change. Now the beginning is tied to the end. Now you can go where you wish. The restoration of Denis awaits. The deep city breathes. URU again. And I will be concerned with other things. The least are becoming greater. They will now also affect the restoration. Perhaps not the way others had planned. You've learned about the pride of Denis. The great writers of worlds were infected with pride that became a cancer. It grew quietly beneath the surface, but it grew until Denis could live no more. But those things have been told. You understand it well, I think. Let us end this cycle with rewards before we start the next cycle. Relto, the high place. Your age now. It was the first age I wrote, a gift for my parents, and now much more. It reminds me of another home, another place. I even placed the library in the place it belongs. But Relto will change. It will be your soul, showing what you are. Only I could write Relto. It's beyond what the Denis could accomplish. Keep it.
It's beneath what they could accomplish.
Clothing that represents your journey. Wear this to show others what side you've taken when sides are taken. When you wear it, you will tell all that you side with us. With Yisha, with the Barrow, it will not always be easy. And another gift is here, a link to the cleft here in Torana.
Yeah, gimme.
You haven't been able to return here, but now you can.
So link now,
This book will take
right?
a special place on your shelf.
And then after the
This
next
place is
scene,
not meant to be
don't
shared.
go.
Return here alone when you wish to remember the cycle of things.
So link here. She's not here. Now don't leave Teralto, okay? So just, what, climb back up? The fuck? Perhaps the ending has not yet been written. Also, you can check on Zandy. Who's Zandy? I forgot. Is it this guy? Are you home? Hello? Oh, all of his stuff's gone now, entirely. Except for this, which I am apparently now wearing. The guy at the trail. Oh, he's not here. How do I check on him? Hello? I'll like knock on his window maybe. Okay, fine. Can we go and see what these evil monsters were? I have stolen his shirt, yes. I don't know why. Because it is significantly worse than my other outfit. Okay, so is that the end of the game? Have I completed it, or is there more to do that I... You won't be able to go up there until Mist 5. Okay. That's the end of the base game. Okay, cool, good to know. So I guess in terms of the DLC, I have to go back to Relto then? This is it as far as this area is concerned, I'm guessing. Even though she's managed to write monsters back into the cleft. So, well done. Well done, Yisha. Good job. Good job. Okay. Right, well, for a start, once again, I'm changing outfit. Because that's just the best outfit, full stop. Right, DLC. I have all 3 books, but I'm gonna guess you start with this one. And I've been to a bunch of places, look. In fact, that... Those monsters are not something she could write as far as we can tell. If anything, they're just as dangerous as she is. Oh. Okay. That's concerning. So they were there all the time. So Zalti, whatever you called him, got killed by those monsters, clearly. That's the only explanation. Right, as far as this book goes, though, let's go to page 1. Which takes me to a balcony. This balcony is pointless. I guess it just gives a view of the city. This book just collects all the links to city locations you collected from the base game. So these are all the base game locations that you can like view the city but not do anything with. Okay. So I guess there's that which is the balcony. There's that one which is the room with all the stained glass windows that we used to solve one of the base game puzzles. I'm not too sure where this is. We'll check. Oh, okay, this is back to here. I need to turn down the frequency on that Nightbot thing. It's getting on my nerves. So that was that one. This is... Oh, is this the Sharper place? This might have been where all the Sharper... Was this where the Sharper journals were? Yeah. Okay, good to know. So I think we've done everything here as well. This is the Baron's office where the Sharper journals are, yeah. Okay. The office of the Baron of Teledarn. Okay. I do remember those journals, I'm sure, mentioned something about like spy rooms or something in the city. So this is one of those places that I wandered around for ages. And I think as far as puzzles go, I mean there's a ball that you can kick around. There's a list of names I've apparently visited a number of times, 20 years after the last person, who was Douglas Sharper. I don't know who these people are. Bifo LaRue. Lonely 225. This particular place has no puzzles. Oh. So what do I do then? What's the DLC? Is it just running around the city? Welcome to Bevan. For more info, go to the classroom. These are the last people to have been here before the DRC left years ago. And the DRC are the players. right? No, I've not been to the spy room. I just heard about it in Sharper's journal, I think. The Dunny Reconstruction Council. Yeah, but they're the ones who were talking about bringing in loads of new people, right? Maybe it was just my assumption. But like, I assumed, because this was an online game and it was supposed to be an MMO style game, my assumption was like all the people that it brings in was the players. That's written in Dunny. Welcome to Dunny. Please link to the Grecian Age to pick up your key. Blank. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I already explored everything in here, unless there's some... So, well, you said there's no puzzles here, so let's not get sidetracked. I recommend linking to Teledan. There's something you missed. Specifically to the cages. Okay. Teledan is the mushroom world, right? This one. No, this one. I think. Yes. Specifically to the cages. Okay. Might be worth going to here. And then working my way backwards to the cages. I'm leading you to the room which Sharper used to spy on the DRC. Ah, okay, cool. So this is the prison room. I presume you mean here when you say cages. Right? And I've missed something in here. Change the combo. Well, that will open up the doors, because they only changed that one to make them come back up. Has it changed the combos in to come through here? Now look through the closed door. Oh. And then if you open it... Ah, okay. Yeah, I got that. I was just like, how did I miss that? Okay, cool. Yeah. Actually, he did mention something in there. It didn't register with me, but in his journals he said if you have two people, then they'd see the book as soon as they close the door. But I was thinking it was like a physical door that would close, and it just didn't register that you needed two people to do it. I'm an idiot, clearly. Okay. Right, let's go see what's in this spy room. Okay, very interesting. Not sure where that takes me. I'll try it in a minute. Not sure where any of these things take me. My God. Oh. What's that? Some kind of... What is it? Fedora. Bob O. Gubo. Blue, red, green. Bob O. Gubo. Bob O. Gubo. They have a linking book. Bob O. Gubo. It sounds sillier the more I say it. Okay, there was right. I wonder if you can get... I was just thinking there's writing there that you can see. I just can't really make out what it says from here. Maybe one of these books takes me there. Let's try this one. Oh no, that's his office, isn't it? I recognize the aquarium. Let's try this one. How does he have... Is that his Relto, maybe? I was like, how has he got my Relto? What? Does he... Oh, I can't use his wardrobe. He has someone else's Relto. Oh, does he have, what's he called? Richard? Rich. The guy that died. He was talking about how he feels like it's his fault because he took his book. Phil. Yeah. Well, he's got rain coming down of his Relto. There's a shirt. So there is. DRC shirt. Nice. Right, let's read these books, shall we? Ida Chemo and Ida Giza. When all is taken from one, the only hope that remains is what is given by another, though through this giving both are redeemed. Regetavok Upa, Book 2. And then a left arrow. And then a symbol with the hand. Kadish Talesa. Only the way a man is when he is hidden is how he is. A shallow glimpse can deceive. Look deep, ponder, and recognize all that is hidden. Regetarok Upal, Book 4. This is the same book every Rolto has. Does it? I feel like I read all of mine. But that was a long time ago, to be fair. I did have like a 5-month break from URU. Okay, in that case I've already read this a long time ago. What about this one? Returning. It is odd being here again after losing myself. I don't feel like part of this, and yet I feel like I am here for something. Odd. This restoration is not right. It's not that it's wrong, just that it will only rebuild, not restore. Rebuilding is about slicing and fixing on the outside, rebuilt trees, make fences and walls. Restoration is about growth and life on the inside. Restored trees make fruit and shade. She is making sure that the tree has begun to grow again. What is Dunny? What is this kingdom? I have read of Dunny, the people. I have lived in Dunny, the place. I have spoken Dunny, the language. A kingdom is made of both life and belief. It is only real with both. Lives without belief is a kingdom of cards, only waiting to fall. Belief without lives is a kingdom of dead, only waiting to live. I know a little, but I only think I know more. I see a little, but I only think I see more. I understand a little, but I only think I understand more. That last line is very apt for how I feel about Myst games. I understand a little, but I think I understand more. I seek a little, and I know I will find more. I can never know, see, and understand. I can only ever know, see, and understand more. I quite like that quote as well. I talked to many people today, but I don't really know them. How can I know other people? They are revealed only in their words and actions. I suppose only really in their actions. Words are easy. I talked to many people today. I am growing, and I am growing anxious. I am growing weary. I am growing closer. I am growing up. I am growing impatient, and I am growing leery. And I am growing wise, and I am growing less and less. My seeking feels like it comes to an end. Now I feel like I am called higher to become lower. I will find them again. They are calling me. I don't know why, but I will know when I find them. I remember what they showed me before, and I must find that again. I hear them even now, calling me. She has heard them. I can't resist. I am going. That's why you opened to the last page, because you already left it on the last page. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I was like, oh, clever. This guy's been reading this book, so it's left it on the last page. But it doesn't make any sense why your character would pick it up and start reading from the last place he looked at, right? Can I get out? I can. So you also have sticks and stones. And trees. And the waterfall, and the dock. And the rain. So I guess the only difference, his Relto to mine, is the fact that the water is all swirly. But maybe the rain does that, actually. I've not tried the rain because I like my fireflies too much. Maybe the rain makes the sky all like ambient like this and fills up all of this with water. Interesting. Right. What of the... Aww. So I can only choose that book. He's even got a book to the rift, the cleft, whatever it's called. Okay, so I can only go back here. Which is the city. Okay, right. This is new. Is this whole place new? What are you? From system, visitors. Me. At 1:57. I came here, what was that, 7 hours ago, apparently. This is Kirill, the Mirror of Bevan. Oh. Victor Laxman, Douglas Sharper, Victor Laxman, Dr. Kadama, Michael Ingberg, Nick White, Michael Ingberg, Tricker Lawson, Michelle Cunningham, Michael Simpson, Marie Sutherland, Sam Reynolds, Nick White, Sonia Michaels. I've come 20.5 years, nearly, later than everybody else. Slightly late to the party, everybody. Right, so this is the mirror, because I recognize this. I'm assuming this is a puzzle. Wait, red, blue, and his mirror, his spy room had 3 colours, didn't it? Is that the order you're supposed to press them in? Maybe I can't remember what it was though. Boba Goobo, yeah. Oh. Buh. Aw. Buh. Aw. Right? Did that do something? Maybe? Let's go and have a look, I guess. Right, what happened? Maybe I should have come down here before I started fiddling with things. Was it you? No. Right, something's changed, but we just don't know what. Is it you? No. What's changed, huh? Okay, something's changed. It is visible from where you were standing up there, but hard to notice the difference. Okay. Oh, it's not down there, but it's visible from here. Huh? It's visible from where you were standing up there, but hard to notice the difference, and it's not down there. So it's visible from here, but it's not down there. Is one of these doors activated? Is it this? But I think I might have been able to come in here before. I don't want to go anywhere just yet. Yeah. It might. What if I just press a random button? Is it gonna undo something? Beep. Now something. Oh, that door. Okay. So. Bob. Oh. Bobo Goobo, right? Yeah. Right, give me your secrets. Right, so we have a linking stone. Another linking stone. The fuck? We have 1 billion linking stones. 5 of them. Right? Okay, 1. Or do they all go to the same place, actually? Maybe they all go to the same place, and that'd be depressing, wouldn't it? Oh no, they go to different places. You might want to stick your hand in the Nexus pedestal. What is a Nexus pedestal? The Nexus pedestal. That thing? How do I stick my hand in it? That is the Nexus. Hooah. Okay, is there a way in there? The open room you were in earlier. What, this one? This one? I didn't go through here, so it can't be in there. This is the Nexus pedestal. What, this thing? Oh. Okay, what did that do? I think I've already done that, to be honest. When I was exploring the DLCs when I thought they were just part of the normal game. And I think I've already been in that book as well. I recommend doing that to every pedestal you find. Okay, good to know. Oh, actually, no, this is a different place, isn't it? This is just a mirror of the first place. So I've done it in the other place, just not this one. Adds the destination to your Nexus. Where am I? I feel like I can fall off there if I wanted to. Okay, so let's add this as well. Takes me to somewhere else. Picture of something, and you are here. Maybe this will be handy to take a picture of. The Dunny transit system. Okay, yeah, I think I've been to the ferry before. Yes, I've definitely been to number 1. I recognise the layout. Because there's like a door, a blockade that you can't get past around here, which I'm guessing leads to here, maybe? Dakota 2 Museum. Just link between 2 and 3. Dakota 2 and Dakota. Ah, okay. I see. And that is where I came up from. Here is a giant evil brain. Wonderful. A man is as big as all of these creatures. Love the DRC. Okay, doesn't want me to go down there though. Oh, yes please, thank you very much. Right then. So we came from there, we've been down there. Down there is where we came from, so it's like just around this giant tree at the moment. Does this take us anywhere? Whilst we're exploring. And no, this impossible to move barrier is in my way. Oh, I've been down there. As far as I know, we only have artistic representations of the first and last king of Dunny, and one of the kings in the middle. 2 of them are portraits in that museum you were just in, and one is on the floor in the room where you first met Atris. Ah, okay. Okay. That's cool. Have I been here? I mean, boxes have been placed, so I should be able to get back up, right? Yeah, okay. God, I've got no idea where I'm going now. I'm just... Hooah! Okay, you're a dead end. You're a dead end. I guess I come this way now. That mural on the floor was actually just made from a picture of one of the original Cyan team, Chuck Carter. Oh really? That's cool. is very cool. I'm guessing that opens somehow. So his face is officially the King Rinaref. I mean, that's a nice little nod to one of the devs, right? It's getting awfully dark around here. This is the Carlo pub. It was a sports bar. Is this the one that Sharper owned, or was trying to own? He kept mentioning that he wanted to own a pub. He mentioned it a lot in his notes. The very same. See, I remember some things. Usually the things that aren't important for solving anything. I'm guessing this doesn't open actually. I think it's just decoration. You don't open. Oh, this is where I was before. That we couldn't get past. Yeah, I explored up to here and couldn't get past these barriers. The sport that this sports bar followed were Kamkemti races in the age of Carlo. What's a Kamkemti race? What a Kamkemti? Should I know that? Okay, so I've been down there. Kamkemti with a cuttlefish that flew. Ah, okay. And big enough to ride. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I feel like there was one guy who was really into his... Sadly, they were never able to add the age. Oh, okay. Ah, well. Because I feel like in Sharper's journal he mentioned the playoffs a lot, and he was going back to the surface and blah blah blah, and I assumed he was talking about like American football. So my assumption was always that that pub that he owned was going to be an American football pub. Sharper was talking about American football, yeah. Okay, let's push that down there. Off you go. Bye then. I think it disappeared forever. You look like doors that will activate at some point if something happens. These doors are actually the doors outside. These doors are actually the doors outside the gallery. Oh, really? So they do open. I just haven't found a way to get them to yet. They would open to the gallery in the online vid. Ah, okay, I get you. I get you. What is this? This book. Oh, let's click that actually. I feel like that image appears a lot, unless this is. Have I gone round in a big loop? Shut up, Nightbot. This place is massive. And that's where we were, right? That's the gallery doors. This whole area is Agura, the capital of the city and empire of Dunny. Okay, cool. I guess open question is there any like goal in this DLC, or is it just running around finding lore out? Because I'm not sure what I'm doing at the moment. Can I jump in there? Nah. Because I'm guessing this is where the DRC were coming to restore the place, and hence why they've put tons of barriers up and said that people can't come, blah blah blah. The DLC does have something to collect and find, but there is a bunch of lore. Okay, good to know. But there's no like puzzles as such. I don't know, I guess I did the Bobo Gubo thing. Right, where are we now? To collect it, you'll want to touch all 5 of the linking stones in that room earlier. Ah, okay, okay. I gotcha. I've been here before, right? And then we're back to that room again. And then I can't... No, outrageous. How dare you try and hop that tiny barrier. Can I go in here? No. I can't even get close. And yet, it seems okay to let me jump down there if I wanted to. You should be able to pass the barrier, just not the handrail. Oh, really? Okay. I'll do a quick loop-de-loop and go back around. What's this glowing red object? It's a lantern. Can I have you? No. Oh yeah, there's literally an opening. My bad. This building is the public library. Oh, okay. Hello, library. Do you have lots of information for me? Mirta story. Story of Mirta, taken from book 28b. Translation, Nick. In the time of Mirta, in the 196th year of his reign, Jalatha, his mother, came to him in his bedroom. Now it was well known throughout the city that Mirta and his craving lust for women, and none knew this weakness, a weakness of choices, more literal, more than his own mother. Not sure I like where this story's going. So it was that Jalatha brought with her the woman Ramel. Oh, okay. I was like, where is this story going? Jalatha brought with her the woman Ramel, who worshipped the tree. Ramel's beauty was well known in Dunny, especially among those who worshipped the tree, and especially among the kings. Plural, kings is here, although I don't know why. Maybe implied the whole king's palace or history. Not sure. But as it was, though the king could have any object in Dunny, Ramel had been held from him by his mother until now, and she offered her son Ramel in exchange for her own purposes. But what are your purposes? The king asked. For do you think me so foolish as to give you anything you want for a mere woman? Of course not, my son, but as you know, you have watched Ramel from afar for many years. You have talked to your advisers and plotted the ways in which you could make her yours, but you have been unable even to look upon her so closely until this day. Until this day that I have brought her to you. So do not think I am so foolish as to believe that this woman is a mere woman. You have spoken truthfully. In fact, as I gaze upon her now, I have never imagined her to be so beautiful. She is like a statue, without flaw. But even so, do you think I would give you whatever you wish for even a woman such as this? Now Jalatha was cunning, and Mirta was eager for Ramel. And every day Jalatha brought the woman into the king's bedroom, and every day she offered her son the woman Ramel in exchange for her own purposes. And as the nights passed, Mirta became unsatisfied with those who were already his. He became spiteful of those who came to his bedroom, for none compared to the woman Ramel, whom his mother continued to withhold from him. And finally, he could resist his mother's arguments no longer, and Jalatha came to his bedroom with the woman Ramel, and King Mirta began to speak. The woman has ruined my life. There is none like her in all my ages, and you bring her to this room night after night. Those who I have found beautiful have faded in comparison to this one, and I no longer find pleasure in them. Therefore, I am no longer satisfied with anything, and I will not be satisfied until this woman is mine. What is it that you ask of me? Whatever it is, I will give. You have my word. Okay. Sure, dude. Very well, my son. I will talk to you tomorrow. And Jalatha gave the woman Ramel of the worshippers of the tree to her son, and Ramel was King Mirta's from that day forward. At dawn of the next day, Jalatha came to Mirta whilst he was still sleeping and told him her purposes. The Guild of Writers has long had their rules, their restrictions, and their ancient oaths, but you realize, my son, that these words are old now, and no longer the ways of our people. Rinaref was responsible for them, and they are like a collar around our necks, growing ever tighter and preventing us from moving forward. It is time that we are freed. Even Mirta was disturbed, but there are none who would agree to this. The oath is as stone, it cannot be altered, for it has never been. And yet, not only do you ask me to change the oath, but contradict the things it says? And Jalatha grew angry. Are you so foolish? Do you think I ask you to carry out the impossible? There is but one thing that must be changed, one thing that will give us freedom. It is the Dunny who have created the art as we know it, not Yarvo. Thus, since it is true, it is us who can determine the rules of the art, not the ancient religious writings. They will view it as blasphemy, the king responded, but I will do as you say. And so King Mirta spoke to the Guild of Writers. His words were well crafted, often from his mother, and his arguments strong, for they too Jalatha gave him. And his effort was great, for there was no other woman besides Ramel, and it was the woman that he lived for. However, though many in the Guild of Writers were easily convinced by the sharp words of the king, there was one who was not. Grandmaster Tremal was old in age and wise beyond even his years, and his decision was hard. The word is a certain kind of stone that was considered to be most hard and immovable, and he would not be moved. Never will we change that what Ailesh had written in the oaths. Never we will change what we have spoken for generations. Never will we allow a crack to be opened in the great wall of our guild. For is it tyranny that you seek? But is tyranny not the reason we exist? For Tremal could see the plans of Jalatha even in the words of the king, and Tremal knew that if the ancient religious writings did not determine their fate, the hearts of men would rule, and there would be nothing to stop Jalatha from having her way. And so, for 3 days, Tremal stood to the words of the king. For 3 days, the king would return to his palace and receive new words from his mother. For 3 days, the anger of Jalatha burned against Tremal and grew stronger. And so it was that on the 4th day, when the king was no longer welcome to the guild, Grandmaster Tremal was found hanging from a tree, his body covered in blood. The king was sad when he heard the news, for he held no bitterness in his heart towards Tremal. But when Jalatha heard the news, she was overjoyed and ordered the king to the guild of writers to change the oath and carry out her own purposes. But as it was, the death of Tremal had breathed boldness into the guild, and in unison they denounced the wicked evil that had killed their grandmaster, and vowed that the oaths of their guild would never be changed, and that there would be no more discussion. So Jalatha devised other plans, for she knew that even she could not change such determined, the same word as used above, the hardened stone, guildsmen. And King Mirta lived with Ramel, and he was satisfied with all those who visited his room again. Even as he was filled with pleasure, Jalatha plotted evil, and the city in which he lived grew weak. Probably ready for Dr. Watson to review. Kedri story. The story of Kedri, taken from book 42b. Translation Nick, first draft. Kedri loved his people, and the people of Dunny loved their king, for Kedri did well in the eyes of Yavo, and sought to serve those whom he led. In the 48th year of his reign, Kedri roamed the streets of Agura, and was greatly disturbed, for even though all people, rich and poor, loved their king, Kedri saw that the entire island of Agura was filled with those who were prosperous and those who governed Dunny. "Where are my people?" Kedri asked to those who walked with him. "All around you," they answered, pointing to the crowds that followed them. "Yet I do not see my people here. I see masters of the guild, and I see owners of our stores. But I do not see those who have no option to join our guild, or those who have built the stores. Where are my people on this island?" So the king called together his councillors and expressed his disappointments. And he ordered that a new place isn't right, but I am having trouble with this word. Not the usual district word either, although that might be a better translation, or home. Be built on the island, and that the name of the place be Shamathen. He ordered that Shamathen be made available to those who did possess the wealth and stature of the elites, but to those who were not so fortunate. He ordered that Shamathen be made available not to those who did possess the wealth. Okay. Still, they were his people, and the area was built, and Kedri was joyful to see his people live in such a place. A short while later, after the area of Shamathan began to grow, Kedri was walking through the city, conversing with his people and telling them of his plans. And Kedri was led to the common library because he wanted to see the ages that he heard his people talk of. And again the king was disturbed, and he asked his advisers, "Where are the books that the great Dunny have written?" "All around you," they answered, pointing to the rows of books that lined the shelves. "Yet I do not see the ages of our people here. I see ages that resemble failed school assignments for the students of writers. I see ages that not even those students would visit, much less a king. So I will ask again, where are the great ages of Dunny?" So the king returned to his palace and ordered his councillors to bring his most prized book, The Age of the Kings, written during the reign of his grandfather, to the common library, so that the people of Dunny might be able to see the skills of the great writers, even as he had seen them. And the people loved their king more than they had before. So the king called his advisers and ordered them to add to the great temple, so that Yavo, I still don't know, I'm going to say Yavo, might be pleased, and so all of Dunny could visit their god. Really, it's a form of Yavo again. I thought God made more sense though. In his house, just as those with money, an inherited kind of money, were allowed to do. The king ordered them to add to the opera house so that all of Dunny could hear the skills of song of the people, just as those with money, an earned kind of money, were allowed to do. The king ordered them to add to the district of Bellari, so that the area started by King Rakiri might not fall into disrepair but be treated as all other areas of the city, and that all of Dunny might live in prosperity, just as those with money, both earned and inherited, were allowed to do. And all people of Dunny grew to love their king more than they had before. Some trouble spots here. Seems there were a few different kinds of money words. Might need help with those as well as the whole place thing. It is Yarvo. Okay, cool. Good to know. Thank you. I'm just going to turn this light on 1 second. Right, book 3. This is a library. There's going to be a lot of books, I'm imagining. Third book. Another king, I'm guessing. Miamen's story. The story of Miamen, taken from book 21D. And a dark sickness spread through the city, and sores broke out on the skin of those who the sickness touched. Might be better translated infected, but touched fits with the literary style. And some began to die. The sickness came from Yasefe, where the large trees grew, and where the wood of Yamen was harvested. As it was, there was great fear in the houses of all those who lived with Yamen close to them. And so great fear spread through the king's household, and through all those who worked in the halls of the guilds, and those who looked over the city. Such fear overcame the minds of reason, and many began to flee the city, and run to the other places that were available to them. But King Miamen was angry at those who ran away, and was himself unafraid, literally not of fear. Literally not of fear, okay. And so he called for the healer, Grandmaster Shemef, to come to his room, and though Shemef was preparing to flee, he obeyed his king and came to him quickly. Grandmaster Shemef, the king asked his healer, have you not read the histories of our people? Have you not been instructed in the ways of those who led your guild in the generations before you? Are you not aware of the plague that this place has already seen? My king, it is for these reasons that I am prepared to flee, for I know those who died and those who were unable to prevent it from taking hold of them. I know of this plague in detail. And the king answered, Depart. I have no time for you, Shemef. Depart to your own age, and do not return to this place again. May it be that my eyes never look upon your face again. And Shemef departed from King Miamen, and he never saw him again. And King Miamen called for Guildmaster Arnhem of the Guild of Healers. And though Arnhem was preparing to flee, he obeyed his king and came to him quickly. Guildmaster Arnhem, the king asked his healer, have you too not read the histories of our people? Have you not heard the ways of those who led your guild 3,000 years ago? My king, of course. It is for these reasons that I know what may happen to our people. It is for that reason that we must protect ourselves first, so that we may protect those who trust us for protection. It is not how I would have thought. Depart with your master, and may I never see you again, King Miamen ordered. And King Miamen called for Guildmaster Rahman of the Guild of Healers, and though Rahman was preparing to flee, sensing a pattern, he obeyed his king and came to him quickly. Guildmaster Rahman, the king asked his healer, tell me that you have read the histories of our people and been instructed in the ways of your guild. Tell me you have heard of the destruction of the sickness that overcame our people 3,000 years ago. Of course, my king. It is for these reasons that we must bring the ancient books to another age, so that we may study our records and learn in the ways that we must fight. But to stay here would be suicide. It is as I would have thought. Depart with your master, and may you never see the light of the lake again, King Miamen ordered. And King Miamen was greatly disturbed and troubled, and he stayed in his room for 4 nights. His servants brought food for him, but he refused to eat, and his servants brought advisers, but he refused to speak. And all those around him became worried, even as more of the city became empty. And finally King Miamen called for Guild Captain Irem of the Guild of Healers. And Irem was studying in the guild. And he obeyed his king and came to him quickly. Guild Captain Irem, the king asked his healer, tell me that you have read the histories of our people and been instructed in the ways of your guild. Tell me not all of Dunny is running in fear of a sickness that can be defeated. Of course, my king. It is for these reasons that I have not left my class since I first heard of the sickness appearing in the district where the trees appear. I understand that our father, the honoured Guildmaster Jason, worked for 6 years even after the Book of Bereni was found. He worked day and night and stood by our people as he sought to save them from the sickness that had even infected our king. It is for these reasons that I will not leave this place until this sickness is no longer in our city. Tell me whatever you need and it will be yours. You are most honoured in this palace today, and Dunny will be saved because of you. And King Miamen was filled with joy, and he ate from the food his servants brought him and spoke with the advisers who came to speak. As it was, Irem spent day and night without sleeping for 4 more days, and on the 5th day the cure was found and the sickness was deadly no longer. And King Miamen gave the Guild of Healers to Irem. and he was known as Grandmaster from that day forward. Shemef, Anam, and Rahman were restricted from the Guild of Healers and never allowed again inside it, or of the palace, or of any of the king's dwellings and structures. And King Miamen ordered the surveying of a new section of the city to be called Nuaril, and this section was to be away from the city so that any sickness brought from the other worlds would not be brought to the heart of the city, but instead away from it so that fear would not spread again. And he ordered that the story of Grandmaster Irem be taught to all those who were instructed by the Guild of Healers from that day forward, so that none would forget the power of Dunny and the great strength of their medicines and learning. Seems a good place to stop. I filled in a few words that I weren't sure about, but overall feel pretty good about this one. Cool. You're empty, you're empty. This stream has been an absolute lore dump. But we did finish the game, technically. That's all the reading here. Oh, really? What kind of a library is this? 3 books? Outrageous. Can I get around here? I feel like I'm close. Nah, I dropped. Okay, back up again. This isn't really a library of reading, this is a library of ages. Okay. Okay, fine. But they stole all the books as well. I'm assuming these lecterns are where the linking books were. But there ain't none now. What? Oh, this is the exit. Right. So. We said we wanted to go back to... We need to go back to that room, right, with all of the stones in it. You said to collect an object, I need to link to all 5 of those rooms. Right, so first things first. And I will do this every time I come back here if I have to. Is put on my super cool suit. And screw this game for making me change every time I pick up an item. Most of the books in Dunny were collected by Atreus when he first tried restoring the city, and even more were collected by the DRC. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So Dunny's already ancient by the time Atreus is writing books and stuff, right? Like, everything's been forgotten. And the DRC is a complete separate entity to Atreus. Presumably brought in, like, as lore for URU. I'm guessing. By the time of Atreus, Dunny was nearly 10,000 years old. Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Wait, how do I get back to... Is it here? Oh no, this is the... This is the place that takes me everywhere, right? By the time the DRC came here, Atreus was about 200. Okay, so Atreus first, then the DRC. Okay, quick one, Parker. If I want to go back to that central area with the 5 linking stones, where was that? Kirel. Yeah, thanks. I remember where to go. What's in here? Okay. Yeah, definitely remember where to go. These things I can kick. Yes, I can. That's going to be like puzzle related later, right? Because this game apparently loves to throw these puzzles at you, where you have to kick items with crappy physics around. Wait a minute. It's up there. Right, so I think I did that one already. Let's go clockwise. 2. This takes me to... I feel like I've already been here, but I'll press you anyway. Let me just double check that this takes me down to where I've already been. Because I'm pretty sure it does. It takes me down to where you said the lobby, or whatever it was, doors were, right? Yeah. Most of these places you have been to, but one of them is a place you can't get to otherwise. Okay. So I just keep going back and pressing all 5 of them, I guess. Touching them will add the link to your shelves. Okay. Is there a faster way than the way that I'm currently doing it, which is quite long-winded, I feel? No faster way. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, I don't mind. If I remember which direction I'm supposed to run in just to get to that door right off the bat would be nice. So I've done 2. Oh god, that suit is so cool. 1, 2, third one. Although you can just touch the Nexus link on the nearest pedestal to take you to the next Nexus each time. Huh. Okay. What are you? What? What did you do? Okay, that was bizarre. Why are you blinking at me? What do you want? This is telling me where there's a link, but close. Look up. Oh, what are you? This is a surveyor's calibration. Huh. So am I... So now I have to run around finding these? Marvellous. The Great Zero. Draft copy. Welcome to the Great Zero. You'll notice a number of different areas to the Great Zero structure, as well as a number of various machines. We apologize for the great detail, but the structure and related mechanisms and systems are somewhat complicated. Antechamber. You are currently standing in the Great Zero antechamber. Though you can see the Great Zero machinery through the small window, access to the Great Zero courtyard is not available directly from the antechamber. In order to access the plaza, you'll need to upload 5 Great Zero markers. Okay, so is that one of them? Into the Great Zero system and link into the plaza via your nexus. Great Zero marker uploads. Great Zero markers, found in numerous locations throughout the cavern, are fairly easy to find, and by following a few easy steps, simple to upload into the system. 1. Once you have a key version 2.0 or higher, which you have if you've linked here by way of the nexus, you still need to upgrade your key to retrieve marker coordinates. That can be done easily by placing your key into the upload machine in this room. The first time a key is inserted, the system will enable your key to retrieve markers. If you see 5 faint coloured lights on your key, then you have properly enabled your key to retrieve markers. Find GZMs. They are located throughout the cavern in a variety of locations. Please note the markers can be in a large variety of places, not just the more common paths. However, be aware that these markers will not be visible unless they sense an upgraded key within 25 feet. Before the point they are visible to the naked eye, as long as there is an unobstructed view. The small light on your key will also begin to flash as an indicator. Once you see the GZM, you will need to touch it. You will know the GZM has been registered if one of the faint lights turns solid. Once you have found 5 GZMs and have 5 solid lights on your key, you will need to return here to the antechamber and upload your GZMs into the system. You can use the same machine you used to initiate your key to do that. Great Zero Courtyard. Once you have uploaded 5 GZMs, you will find a new link in your nexus. That link will take you to the Great Zero Courtyard, the central location of the Great Zero neutrino dispenser. You will see another upload machine inside of the courtyard, as well as a couple of doors towards the back of the room. Great Zero Calibration Center access. The calibration center located beyond the courtyard cannot be accessed unless a key has registered more GZMs, more than 5 that are needed to access the courtyard. Registering is done the same way as listed above. You'll have a new set of faint lights. As GZMs are found, they will turn solid again. Once the second set of GZMs have been uploaded, in either the courtyard or the antechamber, the doors leading to the calibration center will automatically open for you from that point forward. Great Zero Calibration Center. Most important to the calibration center are the 4 Great Zero maintenance units towards the back, as well as the calibration imager. Once you have uploaded 20 GZ markers in upload machines in either the antechamber or the courtyard, you will be allowed access to the machines and the ability to find a new type of marker known as Calibration Great Zero marker. Calibration Great Zero markers. Once you have reached the Great Zero Calibration Center, your key only needs to finish the calibration process by synchronizing calibrations with the Great Zero itself. There are 4 machines that enable you to carry out this final task. You will need to retrieve a coordinate from one of the 3 machines, the 4th is not yet available, and find the single marker at that coordinate. Similar to the early markers, it will only become visible when you have entered a certain radius, and you will have to touch it. After you have found the first one, you will need to return to the calibration center and insert your key into one of the machines. At that time, you will be able to read one of the 3 coordinates on your key. 4. After the second, you'll be able to read 2. 5. After the third, you'll be able to read 3. 6. At that point, the 4th will become available. After you have found the fourth marker, your key will be calibrated. If the Great Zero has not been turned on, it will also be turned on. Is that true, Laxman? We obviously haven't tested this. 9. And you're finished. Congratulations. We at the DRC hope that this document has provided you with a better understanding of the key and Great Zero functionality. We also hope you realize how vital your success is to help calibrate our Great Zero. We appreciate your support greatly. Is this too mushy? Might be a little over the top. Again, thank you for visiting the Great Zero, and we appreciate your patience and support. This expansion was less about puzzles and more about adding the city itself as a public space back when it was meant to be an MMO. Okay, that kind of makes sense. It does feel a lot less kind of puzzly and more explory, if that makes sense. Okay, so I'm calibrated now. And I'm guessing that just means I'll be finding random blips around for these things to appear on my key for me to collect. Why can I never remember where to go once I get here? Across this bridge, right? Once you collect the rest of the links, you can progress with marker hunting or the path of the shell. Well, the markers are for the first DLC, right? So I guess I might as well finish that first. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I have definitely been here before. It's the big old library. Okay, I see what you mean. I don't know why I kept linking back to Realto. I could just use this book to bring me back here. And then it was up here. It would be quite fun to have other people running around this space. For a city, it feels very lonely. This is the most isolating MMO I've played in a long time. And then this is number 5. All those dead-end balconies you find in the main game, the markers will appear there as well. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, so now... Is this a new place, or is this... Oh, let me just touch this anyway. Right, so I've touched all 5 of those stones now. So is something supposed to happen, or... There's the big tree, I think, that they're growing. This is the Hall of Kings. Through that door. This door. Oh my god, this is a lot of... Oh my god. Right, this is going to be a lot of reading. This one's empty. Who's that, I wonder? And that one's empty. And that one's empty. And that one's empty. Hey, these ones I get. What? No. From Rinef to Karath. Are they in any kind of order? Rikuth. Oh, okay, shall we then? Wait, hang on. Let me just pour some wine before I start on this. Christ. Oh, wait, the Hall of Kings. This is the one you were saying was the most reading in the game, right? The most, like, the biggest lore dump. I remember. The empty pedestals are the books you read earlier. Oh. Okay, so they've just been taken. Right, okay, we'll start with Jakreen. Jakreen took the throne in the year 555 at the age of 80. By the time of his coronation, he was already the rank of Guildmaster in the Guild of Stonemasons. It was Jakreen who first publicly stated plans to rebuild the King's Arch. In 598, headed by Guildmaster Chorus of the Guild of Stonemasons, design of the arch was begun. In 600, construction started, and in 625, the arch was completed. It was a day of great celebration, as it marked their first century on Earth, and because of the prophecies, allowed for the passage of the Great King. As a result, from the time of its completion onwards, all kings sailed through the arch as part of their coronation ceremony. As construction of the arch was underway, Jakreen planned for construction of the Temple of the Great King. Specifications for the building were recorded in ancient prophecies, and Jakreen made sure that each was followed through to the last span. Construction was finished in 643. It should be noted that at the time of construction, there were apparently quite a few people who questioned the dimensions of the building, calling them rather odd and exorbitant. However, Jakreen would hear nothing of their complaints, and, in fact, managed to anger quite a few of those who worked on the temple during its construction. Once the temple was complete, Jakreen ordered the transfer of the gold throne from the temple that Rinaref had built to the new temple of the Great King. In 654, Jakreen's wife gave birth to a son. Unfortunately, the boy only lived for 10 years before dying of a rare disease. It was not 10 years after the death of the boy that Jakreen's wife passed away, also at a young age. The tragedy seemed to have a devastating effect on Jakreen, and in his later years he was known to be easily angered and extremely harsh. He remarried in 700, and his second wife gave birth to a son 17 years later, followed by 2 daughters. Records speak of various accusations of abuse towards his children, though nothing was ever proven. Regardless of whether or not there was abuse, it seems he was never able to get over the death of his son and first wife. As one of the prophetesses who advised him wrote in her journals, he never seemed to really love or appreciate any of them, though he did leave the throne to the oldest of them. It was Jakreen who encouraged further private construction for the island in 775, including the Jatari district. He named the high-class district after his first son, who had died 111 years earlier. Jakreen died of natural causes in 812 at the age of 337. It was often said that Jakreen died a very sad and unsatisfied man. King's Arch was modelled after a similar design on Gardner. It was prophesied that the Great King would be welcomed by the arch, and so its construction was obviously seen as very important. Because Dunny numbers are base 25, the year 625 was very significant. Most were taken from the Regal Tavok of Urpa, as recorded in the stonemasons' records. It is not known what the disease was. Records only indicate extremely high temperatures and extremely sore and brittle bones. They just hadn't had the final draft made yet. Okay. Oh, I get you. So these are the final drafts, and the others are the ones that they're working on that we found scattered around. King Visha. Visha took the throne in the year 812 at the age of 95. When Visha took the throne, he already had 2 sons of his own and ended up having 3 more before his death, a large number for Dunny. Though his father had completely rejected religion in his later years, Visha was an extremely religious man who, some say, tried too hard to push his convictions onto the people and, in the end, probably pushed many away. In fact, he forced into law a number of strict guidelines pertaining to marriage and adultery, as well as oaths and vows, many of which were removed by his son. Many say the greatest mark of Visha's reign concerned the health of his fifth son. The boy was a maintainer, and at the age of 50, on a routine check of ages, was almost killed. Though the cause of his near death is unclear, certain documents point to inhalation of toxic gases, he ended up falling into a deep coma that the healers said he would never come out of. In response, Visha gave a powerful speech, boldly announcing to the people that Yarvo would heal his son, and that he would awaken again. Despite opposition from the church, two prophetesses who advised him and the Guild of Healers, Visha maintained his faith for over 3 years until the impossible happened and his son awoke. Though many disagreed with Visha's religious convictions, there was not a single Dani besides Visha who was not shocked by the awakening, and forced to look again at their own faith in Yarvo. From The Miracle, written by Tishan in 1072. Visha died of natural consequence in 997 at the age of 280. He left the throne to the reborn son Mararon. Jatari district is behind the palace, not accessible in this game. It was planned though. Yeah, it's kind of sad. Like, it sounds like there was a lot of stuff they had planned for this, but just hasn't made the cut. I could have, maybe I would have got into the Mist games a lot sooner if there was an MMO everyone was talking about, you know. King Mararon. King Mararon took the throne in 997 at the age of 73, exactly 20 years after emerging from his long coma. From various speeches and writings, it's obvious Mararon placed a strong value on life. Through his 162 years in power, it seems he did all he could to emphasize the same value to his people, as well as make the most of his own. It seems that a main concern of Mararon was the Dani education system. The fact that so many of his people were falling by the wayside apparently upset him quite a bit. So, in 1124, when Tilanar, a guildmaster of the Guild of Legislators, submitted his paper, Minor Guilds, Mararon was in immediate agreement with what it said. In the paper, Tilanar wrote, "We are creating a group of people who have no understanding of the Dani and the strength of our blood. There is the relatively small percentage of those who learn and keep our traditions through the guilds, and a growing population of fools." Mararon, following suggestion within the paper, placed the common schools under the Guild of Legislators, and began major renovations of that system, including higher standards for instructors and longer workdays. Mararon also raised the time in the common schools from 6 years, aged 10 to 16, to 15 years, aged 5 to 20. From there, instead of entering back into society, as had been the case, many students could enter one of the new minor guilds that had been proposed by Tilanar and accepted by Mararon. The first of these guilds included architecture, a branch of the guilds of stonemasons, miners and educators, and bankers amongst others. While not pushing education, Mararon was focused on his own life, making sure that he was living it to its fullest. Most historical documents point to addictions to hallucinogenic drinks and various drugs. As well, it seems, he carried out numerous affairs, prompting him to throw out the rules that his father had written regarding marriage and adultery. One particular record shows of affairs with prophetesses, although some of the prophetesses and the religious community vehemently denied it. The public said little of Mararon's shortcomings, choosing to focus more on the benefits he had brought them rather than the negatives. He died at the fairly early age of 235 in 1159, from natural consequences. Most expected the early death from his drinking and smoking, although many say it was somehow related to his coma in early years. Cool. God, this is a lot of reading. King Kareen. Kareen took the throne in 1159 at the age of 50. Kareen was the brother of Mararon's 2 sons, and the 2 brothers were apparently close. His younger brother was a guild captain in the Guild of Linguists, and the 2 remained close for much of Kareen's reign. In 1159, when he took the throne, it would have been impossible to forecast the turbulent string of events that would start during his reign and not end for some years later. His grandfather had been an extremely religious man, though not everyone had agreed with his theologies. There were, in fact, a number of groups who had strongly disagreed with Visha, and though Mararon had not done anything to offend them, during the reign of Kareen they sought to make their own causes more widely known. The most dangerous of those groups was known as the Judges of Yavo, known as the Regalantiok Judges. The sect believed they were to exercise Yavo's judgment on those who could not truly understand him as they did. Though they had existed for some time, it was in 1303 that they began to make a name for themselves. It all seems to have begun when a writer mysteriously left the Guild of Writers in 1303. A few days later, books and ink went missing from the respective guilds. Kareen ordered tightened security on the guilds, as well as a massive search for the vanished writer, but all to no avail. Unbeknownst to Kareen, the judges, led by the man Eris, were writing illegal ages in an attempt to create a race they could control and forced to go to war for them. In 1320, the Pento Age was written, and the judges had what they needed. It was in 1323, with his wife about to give birth to his first son, that Kareen's palace was attacked by a group of judges, along with warriors from the Age of Pento. Kareen ordered his family out of the palace, as it was quickly being overtaken, and together they travelled to the other side of the city where a special linking book was waiting for them. While travelling through the King's Arch, rumours say that Kareen's wife gave birth to his first son, Alcindar. Kareen continued to live in the city, although his family stayed in a secret private age. The city grew more and more dangerous as the judges began to destroy more of the city and kill more of its citizens. Kareen poured money into the city guard as well as the small military of the day, although it seemed too little too late. In 1352, Kareen was assassinated by a group of Pento warriors being led by judges. The city was thrown into complete chaos. King Alcindar. Alcindar, the Great King, was 29 and living on a private age with his mother when his father was killed. Instead of immediately joining the city, he remained in the private age, apparently at the suggestion of his uncle, who had come to inform Alcindar of his father's death. With a few advisors who kept him updated, Alcindar stayed in the private age trying to formulate a plan for the war that was now raging in his city. Meanwhile, his uncle, still a member of the Guild of Linguists, was translating much of the Pento language and learning as much as he could about them. As it turned out, the judges, with the Pento, claimed control of the Dunny government after the death of Kareen and began to move into other ages. Alcindar, after being briefed by his uncle on new information, continued to wait. A few weeks later, the waiting appeared to pay off. Reports came back that the judges had killed the leader of the Pento for fear he was becoming more powerful and out of control. Unfortunately, the leader had not declared an heir, and had left two sons to fight for the throne. This led to civil war within the Pento and a complete lack of focus on the Dunny, leaving the judges empty-handed. As well, what forces there were spread out to other ages and no longer fortified in the city. The public apparently knew Alcindar was hiding, with every passing day felt as though the prophecies were coming to fruition. Only the stone, while they pass beneath, listens to his cries and comforts her fear. Only the arch welcomes the reign of the Great One who guides us. Alcindar, they all knew, had been born directly under the arch. A new people of light, will bring great havoc to the dark, as they believed the Pento had done. He remained hidden, whilst another sits on his throne, was obvious. While the public waited for him, they only grew more willing to fight for him. 15 weeks after the death of his father, Alcindar entered the city for the first time in his life with a small force. He sailed directly through the arch to the palace and reclaimed it with relative ease while directing his soldiers and those who joined him as they saw him enter the city. Immediately, he established safe zones and eventually informed the Pento that he wished to begin negotiations with the Pento warrior Makar. The two brothers were both fighting for control of the Pento, and Makar felt most strongly his people no longer owed the judges anything. His brother Timue felt the opposite. Alcindar agreed to help Makar defeat his brother if, in return, they would return to their home peacefully. Makar agreed if Alcindar would write them an age to return to. The The deals were signed in 1376. Alcindar led a force to the Pento Age. It was there, in the Battle of the Great King, that Alcindar led the defeat of Makar's brother Timur, and total victory for Dunny. Makar turned over 2 leaders of the judges, and Alcindar found the other 3 in the city. All 5 were sent to prison ages, and the books burned. Some in the society had demanded execution, but Alcindar had refused. Regardless, his coronation ceremony took place a few weeks later, and it was said, "Not one of Dunny did not attend the event. Our cheering was as loud as thunder, and our pride as solid as the arch through which we sailed." From The Great King, written by Leshina. Throughout his reign, Alcindar wrote a good number of books of prophecies and encouraged his people to forget about their old homeland and focus on why they came to Dunny, to start again and to focus on pleasing Yarvo and to make good and right decisions. To know Yarvo better should be the focus of their lives, he claimed. It was Alcindar who brought them back to the attitude they had maintained during the reign of Rinaref. During his life, there were numerous rumours abounding about Alcindar and special linking abilities. Numerous witnesses claimed that he did not need linking books to go from one place to another, and numerous others claimed he could link to different spots within an age. However, none of these rumours were ever confirmed. There were apparently other rumours, much more quiet, which dealt with Alcindar and his relationship with the prophet Nemir. Though it seemed that Nemir had great respect for Alcindar, the same could not be said concerning Alcindar's opinion of Nemir. Apparently, the Great King had little time for her and often found her advice foolish and childish. Nemir's Legacy, written by Taman in 1609, when he did consult with her. As a result, it seems Nemir was rarely seen with the Great King and relegated to figurehead role for ceremonies and the like. Perhaps surprisingly, Alcindar rarely consulted with any other prophets, though he did have the choice. Unbeknownst to the public, who continued to praise him, Alcindar was working with the Guild of Writers and Healers on a plague. It was said that it could be used as a biological weapon in case such action was ever needed in the future. As far as the Pento, the link between their age and Dunny was still open, and as Alcindar insisted on a continuation of resources from the Pento, although it appears that some of his associates advised against it. It was in 1466 that Makar came to the palace through other books given to him by judges, and killed Alcindar's wife and 2 sons. Alcindar himself killed Makar in what records describe as an astounding battle. 2 days later, Alcindar ordered the release of the plague to the new Pento Age. Apparently his councillors advised against it, but he demanded his orders be carried out. The plague was released, though records don't specify how, and the entire population of Pento died 3 days later. Unfortunately, it seems as though most of them realised what was happening and did not die before linking to a number of other ages, infecting numerous other cultures. The sickness did not affect Dunny, although the Guild of Chemists began to fear that it could mutate into something that would. Alcindar's a dick. Once the public became aware of the plague, they obviously blamed the Pento for the devastation, as they had no knowledge of Alcindar's participation in the plague. All of the books to which the Pento had access were gathered together to be forever destroyed. Then, in 1500, Alcindar gathered his people together to inform them of the truth. It was in that speech he told them he had created the plague and then ordered its release. At the end of the speech, he asked to be sealed into the Temple of the Great King, as built by Jakreen, with any infected books, as well as any books that linked the Dunny to their past, as he had preached they must completely forget. A year later, Alcindar was sealed within the temple, and it was then that the dimension and shape of the building made sense, as it was required to hold a massive amount of books. Solath, Alcindar's chosen heir, took temporary charge of Dunny. Though not done often, it was possible for a king to leave the throne to his successor if he wished to be gone for an extended period of time, while the public waited for the Great King's return. However, after 6 months had passed, records state that Solath uncovered the final wishes of Alcindar and read them publicly. Alcindar, he read, was not to return, and for no reason should the seal on the Temple of the Great King ever be broken. In addition, the note stated that Solath should be officially designated as permanent king. So convincing was Solath's shock upon reading the note, it was said that the thought of the note being a hoax was never considered. No records point to the note being anything but the true wishes of the Great King, but it is interesting to note that it was never even thought of as a fabricated note. Numerous personal journals and government transcripts state the public's disbelief at the statements. Solath himself said, "For how could he leave us in such a state? Though there were many calls to break the seal of the temple, a direct command of the Great King was foolish." A direct command of the Great King was foolish. As well, the books within the seal were infected books and should not be opened for good reason. As spoken by Grandmaster Namis of the Guild of Healers to the council. So, in 1502, the Temple of the Great King was renamed the Tomb of the Great King, upon orders of Solath, and he was assumed dead. However, most still believed he would return. I am going to stream for like 10 more minutes maybe, and then my throat is going to be dead after this. King Solath. What happened there ties into the events of the Book of Dunny. Oh, what, with the plague and everything? Because Atris's party uncovered the tomb of the king. Ah, okay. Interesting. Interesting. So he found the books that were infected by the plague, but I guess hundreds of years later. So the plague's kind of run its course and died out. And among them the link to tyranny. Yeah. Okay, King Solath. He took the throne in 1502 at the age of 79. It should be noted that at his coronation ceremony, Solath was given a newly designed crown. Alcindar had retained his own, and it was a common opinion among the Dunny that such a crown should not be worn again. It should also be stated that Solath's father had been the Grand Master of the Guild of Writers and had helped Alcindar create the book that was responsible for the plague. Why Alcindar chose Solath in particular he never stated. Regardless, Solath inherited a fairly stable culture, although one that was on the fringe of religious anarchy. The greatest leader of their time had left them, and they were a lost people without him to guide them. There were going to be repercussions, although it's doubtful anyone had sensed that they would occur so quickly, most of all Solath. It was in 1520 that the great prophet Nemir, who had been the great king's own advisor, wrote the Book of Nemir and sent the culture into religious upheaval. The book denounced the words of the great king, calling him a fraud and an impostor, and gave logical arguments to each of his writings. He killed thousands, betrayed us, and left us with no one to guide us. Why do we believe his words and expect him to still return? The book stated. At first there was outrage at the writings, and Nemir was declared a fool and a heathen, most loudly by King Solath, who apparently took offence to the writing. In 1527, Nemir vanished. Some said killed by an angry mob, and others said taken away by angels. Regardless, by 1550 there was growing sentiment that Nemir's book carried some truth. There was a growing tide of disharmony within the people, and there was nothing Solath could do to stem it. Those who always thought the great king would return were beginning to understand that he would not, and they were beginning to grow angrier at the way he left them. Suddenly, there were numerous reasons to believe that Nemir's writings may have carried some truth. Perhaps we have all been betrayed by the man we once called great, wrote one anonymous writer. Looking back, credit should be given to Solath for keeping his people as unified as he did. In 1604, he announced his plans to create Karim, a civic district including an opera house and concert hall. The distraction away from the religious arguments was obvious to the public, but they seemed to welcome it. There was excitement from his proposal, and construction began in 1610. The entire area was not finished until 1650 due to the varying construction problems, but when it finally did open, there was a great excitement within the culture. Solath's wife passed away in 1735, leaving him with 2 daughters. It was not long after her passing that he remarried. Against the advice of a prophetess to a younger woman named Jalatha. Jalatha we read about, right? She was the one whose son liked women and brought him the son every night. The woman every night. Jalatha gave birth to Salath's first son in 1748, and though Salath was extremely pleased, many in the religious community were somewhat apprehensive. Public records clearly indicate that Jalatha was a well-known member of an influential cult group known as the Tree, although Salath denied that fact to the day of his death. The culture remained fairly stable until his death in 1779. He was 356 years old and left the throne to his firstborn son. Terranea is where the rest of the Rhone went when they and the Dunny parted ways. Okay. Consider all the problems the Dunny had at the time of the fall. Terranea had all the same problems, but in far more horrific extent, and the very presence of Atris and company ended up unwittingly causing their fall. Oh. It was after the events on Terranea that Atris decided that the city should not be restored and that the Dunny needed a fresh start. Okay, got you. Got you. What time are we on? 10:25. Right, King Mirta. We're going to read this one and then I'm going to call it a night, I think. Because I've been streaming for nearly 4.5 hours. It's probably one of my longest streams yet. I've mostly been reading. My throat's fucked. King Mirta took the throne in 1779 at the young age of 31. There were multiple leaders, many of them from the church, who publicly feared that the appointment of Mirta would cause great damage to the already fragile religious culture. Their fears appear to have been justified, as Mirta's reign was a turbulent one. In fact, it was often stated that it was his mother Jalatha who ruled the throne for most of Mirta's 236 years in power. Mirta himself had no time to rule Dunny. He was much too busy, too focused on satisfying the women who ruled him. From the journals of the prophetess Alashe. In 1817, Mirta proposed construction of the Temple of the Tree, marking the first time any king officially supported anything other than the original beliefs of Rinaref. Just as important, Mirta suggested that the line of the Great Zero, which had been chosen by Rinaref, was inaccurate. Precedent existed for such a claim. On previous ages, the line of the Great Zero could either point from the Great Zero itself towards magnetic north, as Rinaref had chosen, or towards another prominent landmark, as Mirta suggested it should have been. However, he did not officially change the line. He most likely realised such a change would have carried far too many implications upon the society concerning construction, navigation, etc. His goals, or Jalatha's, in such a remark, were simply to question the beliefs of Rinaref and encourage the cults to build a newer section of the city. His remarks were all that were needed. The temple was built, with strong opposition from some, in 1843. A few years later, Mirta sanctioned the construction of the Temple of Water and the Temple of the Sacred Stone. Both were finished in 1876 and 1902 respectively. All were built on Mirta's recommended line of the Great Zero. As the years passed, cults sprang up everywhere, wreaking havoc on the religious beliefs of Dunny. Or the religious beliefs that Dunny had once had. The Temple of Yavo was empty, and its priests and prophets were small in number, as many had left to pursue other beliefs. In 1975, Mirta's attempt to change the rules and restrictions on the Writers' Guild, including altering their oath. He claimed his proposals would leave them more flexible in their writing and allowed the Dunny to do more. However, the proposal was met with staunch resistance from Grandmaster Tremel, who adamantly opposed the king and, as the records show, refused to change the oath that Ailesh had written. As it turns out, the refusal cost Tremel his life. Many say on order from Jalatha. Years later, many viewed Tremel's refusal as one of the most heroic deeds of Dunny history. Grandmaster Temus of the Guild of Writers in a speech to the Five Lords in 703-4. If those rules and oaths had changed, many believe, as Tremel had, the path to tyranny would not have been long behind, and that is why we exist, wrote Tremmel. Once Tremmel was found dead, the Writers' Guild as a whole refused to change the proposed. They refused to change the proposed changes in the oath and regulations in support of their fallen comrade. Eventually, Jalatha, through Mieta, gave up trying. By far, Jalatha's most destructive action came the year of her death. In 1999, she convinced her son to break the seal on the tomb of the Great King. Why she wished for such an action is not clear, although numerous possibilities were proposed years later. Though few in number, there were still some who believed the Great King would return, and Jalatha was infuriated at any power the Great King had. She possibly wanted to prove once and for all that he was dead, an impostor, and a fool. Others wrote that she was interested in gaining access to some of the ancient books, as the tree believed they held special power. Still, others said she was simply mad, whilst others claimed she was possessed and an agent of Jakuth. Jakuth was the equivalent of the devil in the Dani religion. Regardless, the seal was broken. The act was carried out in secret in the dead of night, as even those who opposed the Great King would have found an action blasphemous and dangerous. A number of books were taken from the tomb and placed in the Temple of the Tree, along with what Jalatha claimed was a piece of robe from the body of the dead king. Jalatha died 2 days later, from an unknown illness, while the books she had taken out remained in the Temple of the Tree. Mieta quietly ordered the tomb sealed again, and much stronger. It was said that Mieta believed his mother had been cursed for entering the grave, and he himself was petrified of it, or any mention of the Great King, in the later years of his life. Mieta, known as an unfaithful man, died 15 years later with one of his lovers. Guild of Healers records indicate massive poisoning as the cause of his death. He was 267. His murderer was never discovered, although there were numerous suspects. Though he had many enemies, most agreed it was either his wife, for obvious reasons, or son, who despised his father's weakness and lack of judgment. Ironically, it was that son, his oldest, whom he left the throne to. Right, okay, I'm going to call it a day there, I think, and next time I'll pick up and make a note of where I got to, and we'll start with King Gan, and we'll spend another 4 hours reading the rest of the lore from the first DLC of URU. With this stream, you've read almost all the lore in the game. Well, you know, that's some kind of achievement, right? But I'll probably stream again tomorrow at some point. Probably in the morning when I can have a glass of water with me, rather than... I've been drinking red wine, not realising I was going to be talking quite this much, but never mind. Yeah, with that, I am going to call it a day. Thanks for watching, Parker. It was nice to have you around. And I will catch you next time. Take care. Bye-bye.